close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flow through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing. Relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all over, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out.
And we don't know necessarily whether this is connected to the investigation of this robbery or whether they're... The Diocese of Camden...
The most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering...
The return of concentration.
So, McGregor, what have you to say for yourself?
I have been wronged by your lordship, by those who serve him.
If I am not much mistaken, it is myself who did short £1,000, whose cattle is reed, and whose spectre Killearn is uncocked.
Then ask this thing here where your money is, where he sunk Alan MacDonald after he killed him.
The same accusations he spattered me, your lordship. Desperate words from a desperate man.
You have proofs of these matters.
Feel your body relaxing. Relaxing. Relaxing.
Well, I'm not a comedian. Unfortunately, I'm giving you the truth of the earth.
Now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed. As the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now, this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you were going down, 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 deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down. down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. and you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, In every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words, quietness of spirit, are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. and you've just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up, feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive
The
ways.
communist thief is a liar and a fraud. He has raised $800 billion, 26 years from big pharma execs.
I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response.
Dan is low class, low IQ, mental.
I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can.
Hello?
I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious.
Your Snapchat account has been reported.
Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. And feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscle, relaxing your facial muscle, just completely relaxing your facial muscle. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1, And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 6. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system.
Shit, that
A
don't work no more.
quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. You sleep peacefully through the night and awaken at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. And you'll awaken feeling glad to be alive, refreshed, and thinking and acting with calm self-assurance, and inspired to begin a new day. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desire. You do. You accept this, and you accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
is Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We're going to liberate the city from the communist parasite thieves stealing billions. Brendan Johnson is stealing billions of dollars. He just announced a $600 million TIF for an Oak Lawn hospital. Biggest scam yet.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marty Rossman, welcoming you to the Anxiety Relief Program. In this program, I'll be teaching you 3 guided imagery exercises to help you reduce, prevent, or better manage anxiety and stress. The tools we'll use are breathing, relaxation, and guided imagery, which has been shown in many studies to be effective in relieving or reducing anxiety. When you think about it, you realize that while there are certainly challenges we need to meet in life, most anxiety and stress comes from our imaginations. By dreading things that haven't yet happened or regretting the past, we create stress reactions in our bodies that make us anxious, worried, tense, and can create a wide range of mental and physical symptoms. In this program, I'm going to teach you 3 imagery processes that will help you use the power of your imagination to reduce anxiety, solve stressful problems, and use your strengths to address important issues in your life. The first deep relaxation exercise is best used as a practice. And if you practice twice a day for 3 weeks, you'll find that you get very skillful and very comfortable going to a place of deep relaxation. That will allow you to relax when you need to, when you get in a situation that may produce anxiety. The second exercise, the dialogue with your inner advisor, is best used for addressing issues or problems that you haven't been able to solve and that are stimulating anxiety or stress. You'll find this imaginary dialogue with a wise and loving figure will help you view things from another perspective and find creative solutions that really work well for you. The third exercise, evocative imagery, will help you if you feel like you don't have enough of a particular quality to deal with a certain situation. If you feel you don't have the confidence or the strength or the presence or the assertiveness or the calmness or whatever other quality you may feel you're lacking, this exercise will help you build and develop that. Much like you would exercise to develop muscles, this exercise will help you develop personal qualities that will help you deal with stressful or anxiety-producing situations.
Hello?
As you get more familiar with each exercise and each technique, you'll be able to use whichever ones are most helpful for you in whatever situations you encounter. Before beginning any imagery process, however, it's best to make sure that you're comfortable in a place where you feel safe and where you won't be disturbed for about 25 to 30 minutes. Put a sign on your door and tell anyone who needs to know that you'd like some privacy during this time. Let yourself loosen any tight clothing or jewelry as you get comfortable. And as you begin to relax, you'll probably find it easier if you let yourself close your eyes. But you can open them anytime you like, and then close them again to return to your deep relaxation. The first skill to learn in reducing stress, tension, and anxiety is that of deeply relaxing your body and mind. We'll use your breathing and your imagination to help you do this. We'll begin by taking some time to focus on your breathing, then invite your muscles to relax and unwind, and then invite you to imagine going to a beautiful, peaceful place where you feel safe, comfortable, and at ease. And as you imagine yourself being in such a place, you'll find that your body and mind relax easily and naturally. Learning to relax with imagery simply involves learning to pay attention to different things. To shift your attention from your usual world, we might call it the outer world, to what we can call your inner world. We'll take some time to focus on your breath. Let that get a little easier and deeper, and then invite your body to relax part by part. And you'll find that your body really likes to relax, and it knows how to do that. You just need to invite it to do that and let it relax in its own way. So now let's begin. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. Just noticing that on the in-breath, you're bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen that flows to all parts of your being, especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath, a release. And let yourself make a small movement to signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation, like briefly lifting a finger, or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. And then let your eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, when you make this movement, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into a state of deep relaxation. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep relaxed state of comfort and ease. And as your attention shifts from the outer world to the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not need to hold on to right now. And you don't even have to know what you need to hold on to and what you can let go of. Simply invite the body or the parts of your body to release what they don't need to hold on to right now, and notice what happens. You'll probably notice that some parts of your body release easily and others take a little more time. And that's perfectly okay. Just invite the parts of your body to release and notice how they respond, and let whatever they do be all right for now. Don't worry at all about how quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing, or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. As you focus on different parts of your body, notice that you may feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And of course, that's to be expected. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and responsiveness in the different parts of your body. You might even experience it or think of it as intelligence. So notice this intelligence and awareness in one of your feet.
Andrew, good afternoon to you.
And
They bought
notice
it
any
30 years
tension
ago for a
or
certain amount. Now
sensations
they're
that may
being
be
told
there.
it's worth so much.
And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Noticing how it responds. Letting however it responds be perfectly all right for now. And then notice the intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then your ankles.
From the property tax situation, it's very
Silently
important,
inviting your
given how
feet
that's
and
pinched
ankles
so
to
many
become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs. Releasing your legs. inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way, without having to make any effort at all. Just inviting and allowing, softening and releasing, and letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. And you can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body and inviting each part to soften and relax in the same way, simply noticing how each part responds, and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, coming
From the
fully
property
aware,
tax
aware of
situation,
what's
it's
going
very
on.
important, given how that's pinched so
And
many
if you need to
homeowners, particularly our
respond
senior
differently, you can
citizens
do that
who have their
too.
homes paid off and they
And
bought
knowing
it
that you
30
can
years
do
ago
that
for a
if
certain
you need
amount. Now,
to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination, inviting the intelligence of your low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And your chest and rib cage, inviting the whole trunk of your body to soften and relax easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck and shoulders. Inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, and your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all the way down to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, inviting them to relax and let go, to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even the tongue can release and be at ease. And when you're ready to focus even more deeply, imagine yourself going to some place that's especially beautiful to you. It can be a place that you've been, or a place that you simply imagine now, or some combination. A place that you love to be in, a place that feels good to be in. Let it be a place that feels safe and private, powerful, and even healing to you. Imagine that you're in a special place that's just for you, a place where you feel safe and at ease. And if more than one place comes to mind, simply pick the place that attracts you the most right now.
Still 500 million from Cook
Imagine in your own way that you're there.
Cook County's 10 billion, paying 69 a month in interest, arrest and charge 20 to criminal Prickwinkle.
Take some time to look around this place.
Fuck.
You may not see exactly the same way in your inner world as you do in the outer world, but you can tell what you're imagining, even if you don't exactly see in the same way.
From the property tax situation, it's very
Just
important.
notice what you imagine seeing here. The colors, the shapes, and the things you notice. And in the same way, listen carefully and notice what sounds you imagine hearing in this special place. Or perhaps it's just very quiet. Just let it be what it is for now, as long as you're comfortable in that place. A place you love to be. And letting yourself be there now, simply because you've chosen to. And let yourself enjoy the peacefulness and the comfort, the safety that you find there. Noticing the temperature, the time of day, the time of year. And noticing any sense of relaxation and peacefulness that you find here. While you're enjoying this time of relaxation in this special, quiet place, your muscles are relaxed. Your blood is flowing easily to every part of your body. Your breathing is easy and regular. And without you having to do anything else, your body is repairing and renewing itself on every level. And if you like, you can grant yourself the luxurious permission to not have to do anything else right now or go anywhere else. And just let yourself feel what that's like for a few moments. To do absolutely nothing and have it be good for you. So that you're actually doing something by doing nothing. And letting your body and mind relax, repair, restore, and renew. Simply by relaxing in this place. Let yourself just settle into this place, exploring it as much as you like,
From the property.
or as little as you like, and finding a spot where you feel most centered and relaxed, and most deeply connected with this place and the qualities and energies that you feel there. Just let this be a place of healing and comfort, of deep restfulness, of renewal and restoration for you. And as you deeply relax here, you may want to pay attention to what it feels like to be surrounded and supported by the energies that you find healing in this place. And if it feels comfortable to you, just let yourself soak up whatever feels good, whatever feels nourishing, vitalizing, strengthening. Just like you're a sponge, just soaking up these good things. And as you enjoy this comfortable sense of deep relaxation, know that as you relax this way, your body can direct its energy
From the property tax situation,
to
it's
whatever
very
healing
important,
and
given how
restoration
that's
is needed,
hit so many homes.
wherever it's needed. Your blood flows easily and naturally to whatever area needs nourishment and renewal in your body, in your brain, in your mind, and replenishes and restores your sense of confidence and well-being. In this relaxed and comfortable state, the healing abilities of your body and mind, and the healing wisdom they carry, can operate at peak efficiency. And you can sense once again a sense of being deeply centered and whole. And as you relax, you can remember your wholeness, your strengths, and your capabilities for handling
from the property tax situation. It's
whatever life
very
may bring your
important,
way.
given how that's pinched so many homeowners, particularly our.
Just take some time to deeply enjoy this special sense of deep relaxation, comfort, and strength that you feel here. Now let yourself stay relaxed. Soon I'll be inviting you to bring your attention back to the outer world. But before you do that, please understand that any time you want to return to this deep state of relaxation, all you need to do is get comfortable, let your breathing get deeper, make the relaxation signal you've chosen, and then deepen your relaxation by inviting your body to relax part by part, and go back in your imagination to your inner place of relaxation, peace, and comfort. And stay there as long as you like. And when you come back to the outer world, you'll come back feeling more relaxed and refreshed, clearer in your mind, feeling stronger, more whole, and more comfortable in both body and mind, and more confident in your ability to deal with whatever life presents to you. And to return your attention to the outer world for now, simply look around your special place once more, and let yourself feel any appreciation you may have for having such a place within you, and being able to use your mind in this way to help your body and mind relax. Knowing that you can return here at any time of your own choosing, and you can recall this place and draw from the deep sense of relaxation, centeredness, and wholeness that you find here. This place is within you, and
From
always
the property
available
tax situation, it's very important, given how that's
and
pinched so
knowing that
many.
will allow you to feel more relaxed and comfortable in the outer world as well. So knowing that this place is always here, prepare yourself to leave and bring your attention back to the outer world. Bringing back with you anything that you want to bring back, whether it's something you realized or learned about yourself, or it's a feeling of deep relaxation, centeredness, strength, or wholeness. Simply let the images fade and return to where they came from, and begin to pay attention to the space around you, and the sounds you hear from the outer world, the room or place you're in. Begin to feel your body coming alive, and gently stretching or wiggling your fingers or toes. As you return your attention to the outer world, letting your body return, feeling more relaxed and refreshed than before, feeling more comfortable yet more alive, your mind clear and refreshed, your senses sharp and clear. And as you become aware of the outer world, you may feel like you're awakening from a deeply refreshing rest. When your attention's all the way back in the outer world, let your eyes come open and look around and see what you see. Hear what you hear. Notice what you notice in the outer world. Bringing back with you whatever you choose to bring back. And as you come all the way back to the awareness of the outer world, you may want to take some time to make some notes or sketch something for yourself about this experience. Use this writing or drawing time to let yourself reflect on what's been most useful or interesting about this experience to you. Include your thoughts, feelings, and responses to what happened, as well as any questions that come to mind, and any insights you may have had that will help you relieve or prevent anxiety in the future. This next guided imagery process can help you view any issues or problems that are stimulating your sense of stress or anxiety and help you explore possible solutions. After taking some time to relax and go to your safe, centered place, I'll invite you to imagine a figure that is both wise and kind and knows you well. This figure, which we often call your inner advisor, may come in any form, and it can help you connect with the wisdom and compassion that is within you. Viewing anxiety-producing situations from this perspective of wisdom and kindness can help you find solutions that really work for you. Let the process be an exploration and notice what happens. So now let's begin. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. Just noticing that on the in-breath, you're bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen
Only a
that flows
faggot
to all
pedo
parts
to
of your
children
being,
eyes. This liar has no virtue, no more.
especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath. A release. And let yourself make a small movement to signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation. Like briefly lifting a finger, or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. And then let your eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, when you make this movement, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into a state of deep relaxation. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep, relaxed state of comfort and ease. And as your attention shifts from the outer world to the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not need to hold on to right now. And you don't even have to know what you need to hold on to and what you can let go of. Simply invite the body or the parts of your body to release what they don't need to hold on to right now, and notice what happens. You'll probably notice that some parts of your body release easily, and others take a little more time. And that's perfectly okay. Just invite the parts of your body to release, and notice how they respond, and let whatever they do be all right for now. Don't worry at all about how quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing. or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. As you focus on different parts of your body, notice that you may feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And of course, that's to be expected. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and responsiveness in the different parts of your body. You might even experience it or think of it as intelligence. So notice this intelligence and awareness in one of your feet, and notice any tension or sensations that may be there. And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Noticing how it responds, letting however it responds be perfectly all right for now. And then notice the intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then your ankles. Silently inviting your feet and ankles to become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs. Releasing your legs. Inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way. Without having to make any effort at all. Just inviting and allowing, softening and releasing, and letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. And you can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body, and inviting each part to soften and relax in the same way. Simply noticing how each part responds, and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, becoming fully alert and aware of what's going on around you. And if you need to respond to anything there, you can do that too. And knowing that you can do that if you need to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination. Inviting the intelligence of your low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And your chest and rib cage. Inviting the whole trunk of your body to soften and relax, easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck and shoulders. Inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, in your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all the way down to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. You Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, inviting them to relax and let go, to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even your tongue can release and be at ease. And when you're ready, invite an image to appear that represents the wisdom and creativity within you. Simply invite an image for this inner advisor and accept the image that comes for now. It may be a figure that's new to you or a familiar figure, and either one is just fine, as long as you feel comfortable with the image. It may come in just about any form, a person you've known or someone new, another sort of living creature, a religious figure, even a cartoon or movie character. It may come as a presence or a light or simply a feeling in your body. Just allow yourself to become aware of how you imagine this inner wisdom figure, and take a few moments to carefully observe the image. It's important to notice whether you feel comfortable in the presence of this figure. Notice whether the image seems kind and caring. And notice, too, if it seems to have wisdom. Take some time to really check it out. If for any reason you don't feel a sense of caring and safety with this image, send it away and imagine instead that you are there with an image that is friendly, helpful, and caring as well as wise. A figure you do feel comfortable and safe with. Imagine that you can communicate with this figure and ask it its name. And imagine that it can respond to you in a way that you can easily understand. And accept whatever name comes back to you, as you would from anybody else. Your inner advisor may speak directly to you or communicate with you in some other way. You may just directly understand, or it may show you something in response to your questions. Thank your inner advisor for coming. And when you're ready, let your inner advisor know what it is you'd like some help with. And allow it to respond to you. And allow yourself to be receptive to what it has to communicate to you today. Pay careful attention to any guidance or advice that comes from your advisor. Pay careful attention to what it has to communicate to you, as you would from a wise and respected teacher. Feel free to discuss any other questions you may have about relieving or reducing anxiety with your inner advisor. letting it respond to you each time. Again, listening carefully to its responses. Take some time to have this conversation. If you haven't already, ask your advisor if there's anything specific it would advise you to do to best support your ability to live with less anxiety. Again, paying careful attention to its responses. When you feel you've learned all you can learn for now, you can prepare yourself to bring back what you've learned to the outer world. Remember, you can continue to communicate with your inner advisor at any time by simply returning to your safe inner place and inviting your inner advisor to come into your awareness, discussing the issues and questions you have, or asking for help with any anxiety that might come up. Always paying careful attention to how it responds to your questions and what it has to share with you. When you bring any advice you've received back to your outer world, you can consider it again and make whatever decisions are right for you. You'll decide whether or not to act on any of this advice, or to come back and continue the creative conversation with your inner advisor until you find solutions that really work well for you. When it seems right to you, thank your inner advisor for coming to be with you today. And then take a few moments to review what has happened in this experience. Notice especially anything that you want to make sure to bring back with you when you return your attention to the outer world. Whether it's an action you want to take or a feeling you have within you. What did you receive or learn from your inner advisor today? Is there anything in particular that you've learned that you want to make sure to bring back with you when you return your attention to the outer world? And when you know what you want to bring back, take your leave from your inner advisor for now, in whatever way seems appropriate to you. Remembering that you can come back to this inner place anytime you want to rest, relax, or ask for more help from your inner advisor. And to return to the outer world for now, simply look around your special place once more and let yourself feel any appreciation you may have for having such a place inside and being able to use your mind in this way to help your body relax, your mind relax, and to find solutions to issues and problems that are important to you. And knowing that, you can return here at any time of your choosing. Prepare to leave for now. Prepare to return your attention to the outer world, bringing back with you anything you want to bring back. Whether it's something you realized about yourself, a solution to an issue or problem that's been bothering you, or simply a feeling of deep relaxation and comfort, knowing that you have a source of wisdom and caring deep within you. And to return to the outer world, let all the images fade and return to where they came from. Begin to pay attention to the space around you, the sounds coming from the outer world, the room or the place that you're in. Beginning to feel your body once more, gently stretching or wiggling your fingers and toes. And as you return to the outer world, letting your body return with a more relaxed and deeply refreshed feeling. Your mind clear and refreshed, your senses sharp and clear, bringing back whatever's important or interesting from this experience. You may feel like you're awakening from a deeply refreshing rest. And when you're all the way back, letting your eyes open, looking around, coming all the way awake and alert, bringing back whatever you choose to bring back. And when you're all the way back to the outer world, take some time to make some notes or sketch something for yourself about this experience. Use this writing or drawing time to let your experience continue to unfold, to record what happened, including your thoughts, your feelings, and your responses to your conversation with your inner advisor. Let yourself include any new questions that come to mind, as well as insights that you will act on to better support your ability to deal with whatever life may bring you. And know that you have the source of wisdom and caring deep within you, and you can return there at any time to continue this conversation. This third anxiety relieving skill is called evocative imagery. It will help you identify and strengthen qualities that you feel you need more of to deal with things that may be provoking or stimulating anxiety. Sometimes we're anxious because we don't feel we have what we need in order to cope with or resolve our stress. This guided imagery experience will help you with that. Before you start, take a few minutes to think about a particular issue or situation that may be causing anxiety for you. And then think about what personal qualities you'd like to have more of in order to be able to deal effectively with them. More patience, more confidence, more strength, more love. Different qualities may be useful in different situations. Before you start the next exercise, identify from 1 to 3 qualities that would help you better deal with this particular situation. So now let's begin. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. Just noticing that on the in-breath, you're bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen that flows to all parts of your being, especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath, a release. And let yourself make a small movement to signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation, like briefly lifting a finger, or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. And then let your eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, when you make this movement, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into a state of deep relaxation. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep relaxed state of comfort and ease. And as your attention shifts from the outer world to the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not need to hold on to right now. And you don't even have to know what you need to hold on to and what you can let go of. Simply invite the body or the parts of your body to release what they don't need to hold on to right now. And notice what happens. You'll probably notice that some parts of your body release easily and others take a little more time. And that's perfectly okay. Just invite the parts of your body to release and notice how they respond, and let whatever they do be all right for now. Don't worry at all about how quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing, or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. As you focus on different parts of your body, notice that you may feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And of course, that's to be expected. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and responsiveness in the different parts of your body. You might even experience it or think of it as intelligence. So notice this intelligence and awareness in one of your feet, and notice any tension or sensations that may be there. And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Noticing how it responds. Letting however it responds be perfectly all right for now. And then notice the intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then your ankles. Silently inviting your feet and ankles to become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs. Releasing your legs. Inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way. without having to make any effort at all. Just inviting and allowing, softening and releasing, and letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. And you can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body and inviting each part to soften and relax in the same way. Simply noticing how each part responds and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, becoming fully alert and aware of what's going on around you. And if you need to respond to anything there, you can do that too. And knowing that you can do that if you need to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination. Inviting the intelligence of your low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And your chest and rib cage. Inviting the whole trunk of your body to soften and relax, easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck and shoulders. Inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, and your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all the way down to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, inviting them to relax and let go, to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even your tongue can release and be at ease. And now think about the quality or qualities that you'd like to feel more of in yourself. Silently name them or say them aloud if you wish. And then let your mind take you to a time when you felt these qualities in yourself. And let yourself imagine that you are there once again. And notice where you are. And notice what you're doing. And who you're with, if anyone. Take some time and notice the details. Notice what you see as you look around. Notice what you hear. Let yourself really be there now, in your own way. Even noticing if there are any smells or aromas. and especially noticing how it feels to be there. And if there was never a time when you felt these qualities in yourself, simply imagine what it would feel like if you did feel them. Now, you might imagine someone else that you've noticed these qualities in. Someone you know, or a historical figure, or dramatic character. However you connect with these qualities, imagine that those qualities are in you now. Pay special attention to how it feels to sense these qualities within yourself. And notice where you feel them most strongly in your body. Gently scan with your attention through your body and notice if these feelings seem to center anywhere. If they're stronger in one area than in another. Do they seem to concentrate in your face or head? In your chest or heart? In your abdomen or pelvis? Arms? Legs? Anywhere else? Notice how your body posture is as you feel these qualities within you. And notice how your face feels as you allow the feelings of those qualities to be there within you right now. How do you imagine your voice is as you talk with the awareness of these qualities in you? And how do you imagine you move while being in touch with these qualities? If you're comfortable with it, imagine that you can allow the sense of these qualities to grow stronger in you. To gently grow a little bit stronger, to expand, while you stay relaxed and comfortable. And imagine that the feelings of these qualities begin to grow so that they fill the space of your entire body. As if every cell of your body were touched by the feelings that go with these qualities. Just let the feelings develop, like a photograph develops. Imagine that the feelings associated with these qualities radiate out from wherever they are centered. Radiating out in all directions. Like the light radiating from the sun. Allowing yourself to fill your body with these qualities. Imagining that you can feel the quality all the way down your legs to the bottoms of your feet. And all the way down your arms to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Filling your face, and touching the very deepest core of your being. Imagining that all your organs and bones and muscles and all the other tissues and cells in your body are touched and filled with this quality or qualities. And just let yourself be with that for a while. Letting yourself become saturated with these qualities and naming them again, silently or out loud. And then if you like, imagine that you have a knob or a control like you do on a radio or television set. And you can turn up the strength of these qualities, just like you turn up the volume on a radio. And imagine turning up the volume so that the feelings of these qualities overflow your body for a foot or so in every direction. And just notice how that feels. And if you like, you can turn it up even stronger, so that you fill the space around you for several feet in every direction. And notice what that's like. If you like, you can imagine filling the room around you with the feeling of those qualities, the energy of those qualities. Even the town you're in. You can imagine filling the whole world with these qualities if you like. Just imagine turning it up as far as you like. And if it ever feels uncomfortable, simply turn it back down to where it feels more comfortable to you. Bigger isn't necessarily better. Just let yourself experiment so that you can feel these qualities strongly within you. And simply adjust the feeling to whatever is most pleasant and comfortable for you right now. It's like listening to a radio when you're the only one in a room. Whatever is most comfortable for you is exactly right. So adjust the strength of the feelings to be most comfortable for you right now. And enjoy that for a few minutes more. And feel free at any time to adjust it either way. And as you're experiencing yourself filled with these qualities, turn your attention once more for a few moments to the situation or issues that you'd like to address. And notice if they appear the same or different in any way as you're in touch with these qualities within yourself. And experiment with adjusting the strength of these qualities until you can imagine dealing with these issues in a more effective way for you. And know that you can let those feelings stay with you as long as you like, and even bring them back with you when you decide to return your attention to the outer world. And when you're ready to return your attention to the outer world, silently express any appreciation you might have for being able to use your imagination in this way. And for being able to connect with your own inner strengths and helpful qualities. And when you're ready, notice once more the sense of those qualities within you. And as you allow all the images to fade, you can bring this feeling back with you if you like. And you can always connect
I'm
with
from
and strengthen
Brasilia.
the feeling of having
Soy
those
de
qualities within you,
Brasilia.
simply by recalling it in this way.
Yana Jambu. Jana
Using
Chikutuno.
these strengths and
Sachino
qualities
Chani. Ponchon
to help you
Ponchini.
resolve issues
You
and
don't like to
concerns
World
in
Cup?
a healthy and effective way.
Colty. Exactly, this ain't nothing.
Gently bring your attention back to the room around you, the place you're in. Coming back into your body, feeling your body relaxed and alive and full of the qualities you've connected to. Letting yourself wiggle your fingers and toes and become aware of your body again. And as you bring back what's important to the outer world, allowing your eyes to open and looking around, noticing what you see in the outer world, what you hear there. Bringing back what's important to bring back. Feeling like you're returning from a deeply refreshing rest. When you're all the way back, take a few minutes to write or draw about your experience. Recording whatever seemed important to you. Your own thoughts and feelings in response to what you learned. And ways that you can use the qualities you've now connected to relieve or resolve anxiety in your life.
That the Democratic Party has been taken over by the socialist wing of the party. I think actually, and this is not based on Gary's opinion, but based on the number of Democrats in Congress and the number who self-identify as socialists, That is far from the truth. But certainly there are a lot more socialists on the Democratic side of the aisle than there are on the Republican side of the aisle, because there are probably zero on the Republican side of the aisle. That is a fact. And this is an increase in the number of people who embrace Mamdani's vision of governance. And it could be an indication of a slide among the voting population in a certain direction, although I will point out that generally speaking, this is kind of, as they used to say in the rap hip-hop field, an East Coast, West Coast kind of thing. You don't find in the mainland of the country so much reliance on democratic socialism. Minnesota might be an example where you do. But generally speaking, these flyover states, you're not going to see, I don't think, a groundswell in that direction. But the president took it beyond concerns that conservatives might have about socialism. And he today actually said, and such is the reason for the topic, that there is a cancer of communism spreading across the United States. So these are his words, and I want to know what people think about it. I'm going to read to you, and there have been a lot of stories posted. If you don't like the news source, find another one. I can only read one at a time. This comes from The Independent. And I will read it exactly how they wrote it. It has a certain bent right from the start that you can accept or reject if you wish. A quarter century after the September 11th attacks and 8 decades after the end of World War II, President Trump claims the greatest threat ever faced by the United States is not China, Russia, or another foreign enemy, but a trio of House candidates in his former home state of New York. Speaking at the Washington, D.C. Hilton exactly 2 months to the day of his last appearance there, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which was cut short after an assassination attempt, Trump told attendees that the Faith and Freedom Coalition's road to the majority conference that they had to, quote, stop this horrible threat of cancer that is permeating our country called communism. He was not referring to the peril of the Chinese Communist Party or the former Soviet Union, but to 3 Democratic candidates for New York House seats who won primary victories this past Tuesday after being endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and then they list the 3. None is an actual communist, but all 3 are aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America and identify as Democratic Socialists rather than as mainstream Democrats. If they win this year's general election in November, they will, because in New York City, the primary determines the general. There's, with the exception of some outlying districts, clearly not the 3 that they represent in Staten Island, in a slice of Brooklyn, in a section of Queens, you're not going to get elected as a Republican. But they're correct, if is the proper way of saying it, because anything is possible. If they win this year's general election in November, none will be particularly powerful or influential, especially members of a body that largely operates on seniority. Yet Trump told his audience at the right-wing religious conference that the choice of voters in 3 House districts in the city where he spent most of his life amounted to, quote, the greatest threat to our country since its founding, and one that allowing Democrats to win the November election would lead to the end of life in this country as we know it. Bum, 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 bum. These are scary words, ladies and gentlemen. Scary words. Continuing with The Independent and not Gary's sarcastic interjection. Quote, these ruthless communists will attack all religions, but in particular Christianity, they always do, he said. They will close close your churches in this country. They will go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people. I will repeat those words of the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen. They will kill your people. And that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work if you have strong religion. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. He later added that the New York House candidates in question are animals and, quote, people that want to destroy our country, close quote, while warning that it is, quote, all too easy to get elected. Wow. Sorry, I know I keep interjecting with Gary's emotive response to this. I apologize. Trump also found harbingers of doom in the New York City Rent Stabilization Board's decision to enact a 2-year freeze in rent increases for the relatively small number of rent-controlled apartments left in his former hometown. The policy, which was approved earlier this week, last night, fulfills a major campaign promise of Mamdani's. So the Rent Stabilization Board, there are certain set-aside apartments in buildings where all the units are not rent stabilized, where a few people are grandfathered in under rent stabilization, and I think it's every year or every 2 years, I believe it is, the Rent Stabilization Board meets to decide by what percentage, based on inflation, those individuals' rents should be raised so that the landlords can afford to continue to accommodate them. This is an alternative to big public housing projects, which we still have many of here in New York City. And it only is a small dent in the housing crisis that the city faces, but it is a long-standing tradition in New York City. And generally speaking, at these Rent Stabilization Board hearings, they're screaming and hollering. On the one hand, you hear the people who enjoy rent stabilization clamoring that they're going to be finding themselves homeless if you raise it 1 or 2%, which is really what it usually is, only a couple of percentage points. On the other hand, you have the landlords clamoring that if you raise it if you don't raise it, they're going to become slumlords and it'll be the fault of the government. And both sides are subjected to, or the people listening to them are subjected from both sides, a high degree of hyperbole. And it's almost performative because each side is playing to their audience. The people representing the renters and the people representing the landlords, and then when it's all over and it goes up a couple or 3 or 5 percentage points, people are interviewed outside the meeting, and each side predicts doom and gloom. And 2 years later, when it's time to look again at all of this, there has been no doom and gloom to either the renter or the landlord. And then we go through the whole process again. However, it takes on national significance suddenly because Mamdani promised free this, free that, free the other thing, free buses, city-run supermarkets to compete with the supermarkets and the bodegas, the convenience stores that are in every neighborhood, because the prices are too high. In his opinion, it's a very populist point of view, and it helped get him elected. And he appoints the members to the Rent Stabilization Board. So this is no longer Adams or de Blasio's or Bloomberg's people who are sitting on the rent stabilization board. They are Mamdani's people. And so what happened last night was something that was absolutely predicted. They didn't raise the rent. And the president makes this part of his argument that the communists are taking over the nation. So let me just say that there are arguments for and against certain socialist type programs. And in Gary's opinion, for what it's worth, you're stuck listening to it, I guess, if you want to stay in the room. In Gary's opinion, sometimes it can be a good thing. If you really look at it, our highways are funded by the populace, our schools are funded by the populace, our libraries are funded by the populace, Medicare and Medicaid are funded by the populace, and of course, Social Security funded by the populace, all quote-unquote socialist programs. And so to say that all socialist programs are bad is not accurate. However, of course, if you start competing with people who are running on a 2% margin, as are the supermarkets in New York City, stores that are not just dealing with the cost of transportation and delivery and rent, which is extraordinarily high in order to stay in business, in order to put that produce out there for you to purchase, they have to pay a lot of money for the privilege of doing it. Therefore, it's going to cost you more to buy produce here than in a rural community. And it's a unfair and undue strain on the poor of the city, absolutely. But I think arguably if you say it should be, subsidized stores by the government to compete with those folks, then the entrepreneurial spirit, the capitalism comes under attack to a degree. And maybe some of these stores that are on very thin margins may have to close up shop. And I have seen with my own eyes in Detroit, when the supermarkets started closing left, right, and center, people went into food insecurity when they weren't into food insecurity before, because they had to go to these little convenience stores, which of course can't buy in large volume, so therefore their suppliers are charging them more, and then they have to pass that charge on to the population, and so in the aggregate, people lose out. So something that might be well-intentioned, if from a socialistic standpoint, may actually turn out to be counterproductive for the very people that they intend to serve. So from Gary's perspective, for what it's worth, sometimes socialist programs are good and sometimes socialist programs are not good. I think, if my understanding is correct, both socialists and communists want reform in this direction, but socialists do it through the system and gradually. And communists, and I know some communists, and I know what they truly believe, what they advocate. One of them is an editor of a communist newspaper. I know him very, very well. I know how he organizes. I know what he advocates and what he represents. Ultimately, they want to achieve these kinds of goals through revolution, because they do not believe that the system is sustainable. The system is sustainable nor beneficial to the populace. And so there may be some kindred spiriting going on between the socialists and the communists, but they are not at all in agreement with their tactics. So I personally, from Gary's perspective, feel that it is inappropriate to even call these people communists. And by the way, I say this in defense of folks who got elected who wouldn't have gotten my vote because I don't agree with their positions on other things. And you probably know what those positions are. But we're not here to talk about that today. So, are we slipping into, or is there a tsunami of, and in fact, if this is leading toward communism, as the president says, and perhaps it is, because as I said, there is some kindred spiritualism between the two of them, or spiritism between the two groups, the socialists and the communists. Maybe this, it's a slippery slope going into that direction. But listen to the rhetoric of the President of the United States. This is the worst threat ever to face our nation. And I know by making the comparisons that the Independent made, it shows that they have a certain bias, but it's not inaccurate what they said. So with that, and I'm glad to see we have so many people in the audience whose hands are up. I'm glad to see we have so many people in queue already on the stage. I will do my best to get to everyone, and I will start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage. And today that order begins with Marshall, followed by Alan.
Do I think we're under the direct threat of communism? No, probably not the way we were during the Cold War in certain parts of it. Do I think my generation and younger than me has this fanciful utopian idea about what socialism could be? Yes, very much so. I think my generation and the generation prior to me have never known true hardship or devastation, and as a consequence, they see the system not functioning now, and socialism seems appetizing to them, despite the fact that in practice it just doesn't work. I don't know whether I agree with the president that it's cancer. It's certainly an economic system which you do not want to run the country, right? There's not a place in the world where it's been tried that it actually works. So cancer, I don't know if I would say that a concern. Yes, certainly I would say it's a concern. I also don't know if I would say that Medicare and Social Security are socialist programs. I think you can have social spending and not be a socialist, or participating in elements of socialism. Maybe I'm quibbling, and so it really doesn't matter. But I mean, I oppose society. I would not vote for these people. I would not want them in office. I would want them, in fact, actually nowhere near any kind of power ever. I think if you have a lot of them who have power, they become very dangerous. So I'm very wary of it. I don't think, I've got friends that are communists, and I love them. They're great people. I just would never want their form of government to be the one that ran the country. I'll leave us with this. In times of stagnation in a country, or in a polity, with wealth inequality, a harder time putting food on the table, a sense of inflation, and a sense that things just going in the right direction, evolutionary ideology in all societies becoming, to some degree or another. It really doesn't help that we're in the midst of populism. The Republicans heavier than the Democrats, but that populism amplifies all of those other social issues. So socialism and communism get popular at times where our system can't or won't answer the pressing questions of the public. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's a facet of societies in history, in particularly democratic societies that ended up battling with this sort of thought process. So I'll leave it there.
So, Marshall, you mentioned the utopian view of people your age and younger, but is that not true of all generations, that people of your age and younger have these wide-eyed and hopeful, very optimistic views, and they all want change? And Of course, it never quite reaches the level that we want when we're that age. But isn't that the way societies actually move forward and reform and become better as we go?
Yeah, but the youth, as the president would say, or Bernie Sanders would say, and their ideology has to be paired with practicality. Idealism run amok doesn't get you anything. Practicality run amok doesn't answer the soaring ideological questions that we have. So you need both together to work.
Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Alan if he's available, followed by Scott.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well wherever you are. All I can say is, Gary and everybody else, I've seen a lot of changes through the years I came to US, and I've seen other society, and then compared to here, it was a great place. It was hopeful, and it was very, very good. But through the years, it's declined. We become more dependent on different things. They run away. They run out the most of the producer out of this company. I don't need to tell you guys, the California farmers, they all moved to Mexico now. I know several of them. They're on the other side, and then they bring the produce here. I remember back when I was growing at home in Iran, majority of what appliances are American made, and you hardly see anything anymore. These, I guess that's one way they look at it to keep the economy going. But the thing I see is mostly disturbing. The income is dropping and the expenses is going up. And I said this here many times. I'm in the middle of activity with the people. I have 40 people per day, and most of them, they are complaining the same way, and they are waiting something change, and they see some light at the end of the tunnel. Because I never thought, I see $70 for a 4 box of cigar shipped by UPS. That's I can't wrap my head around it. And obviously I can't eat that, so I have to pass it on to the customers. And when the guy constantly telling me, his income is dropping, his customers evaporating, they don't have anybody, his business is going down. So I've seen really, really bad changes. As far as communism, cancer, it is a cancer because I lived most of my life next to Russia, and I've all seen him. Communism, normally they presented in the different society, grass is greener in the other side, but hey, it is not, believe me. There was some student, they thought Russia gonna give them everything. They moved over there. Unfortunately, most of them, they end up being in the jail for a long, long time. So back to...
Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Scott, followed by Howard.
All right, Gary, my main man. Wait, I want to switch to my mic. Can you hear me now? Am I coming through on the microphone?
Yeah.
3 testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, Gary, coming to you live at the Drive at 5. Schuylkill Express right now. I would love to be a radio guy. Yeah, I am. I'm so envious of you. It's so many of my heroes, communication-wise, have been in radio, the great medium. Howard Stern is one of the top.
Yeah, radio is great until iHeartless Radio kills it for everybody, but that's another.
We're gonna make sure radio always has a job. Duncan's getting it.
Huh? Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so, a couple of things. I don't know where to start, but when we talk about socialism, I'm with Marshall on this. I don't know that most of these things are socialist programs, right? Taking wealth and redistributing it for ends in society is not socialism, right? We don't think the military is socialist, and that's what we spend the most of our money on, right? I mean, you mentioned roads or something. No, things, just because we collectively benefit from it, or it's public, doesn't mean that it's a socialist program, right? I mean, socialism is a program, right? It is a political program where basically the people would collectively own the means of production, right? Where factories and natural resources and these sorts of things would be collectively owned, right? We wouldn't have SpaceX owning rockets and things. We'd all own collectively these things that produce goods and services and things like that. So that would be, now, I mean, the difference with communism is there's still a lot of room in socialism for private property and most forms of socialism and some sorts of inequality, right? I mean, it's not a perfectly, there's not perfectly equal outcomes in most socialist visions, right? Whereas in communism, it's a classless society and everything's redistributed, as Marx famously said in the 1870s, right? Each according to his ability, each according to his means, or whatever. So these things are distributed as you need. So that's, I mean, both of them seek to eliminate private ownership of the means of production. Right? Communism is a little more radical in this, in that communism seeks to eliminate basically functionally all unequal outcomes in a degree, to a degree to which socialism doesn't. So, I mean, that being said, I mean, are we that in danger of communism? Of course not. I mean, that's just not, I don't think we're anywhere near that, right? I mean, the other thing too, I want to say, in fairness to Marx, I'm not a Marxist at all, but I want to say something in defense of Marx. At least people will look to, say, the Soviet Union and say, look at Marxism, it failed based on the record of the Soviet Union in the 20th century. But Marx would have never said it would have worked in the Soviet Union, right? For Marx, if you read Marx, he thought you needed advanced stage capitalism with technology, with a massive proletariat, urban working class. He thought that you'd need something like, at his time, England, Germany, maybe the United States a little after his time. You'd need a sort of economic and technological development that Russia didn't have. You couldn't have an agrarian peasant revolution. He thought peasant agrarian types were reactionary and kind of backward. He thought you'd need an urban, sophisticated class, the proletariat, that would be the vanguard of the revolution. So, I mean, now you could argue against Marx that, well, the reason why it doesn't happen is because once you give people iPhones, they don't become revolutionary. They're too busy playing, Words of Friends and all these other inane games and looking at TikTok. So that might be the firewall against Marx's revolution might be, TikTok and all these sort of solitaire in your phone or something. But in that sense, Marxism, we could argue, has not been tried because it's never, maybe it's impossible, but for Marx, you would need something like the United States today, or maybe contemporary England or something. You'd need an advanced. Now, China is an interesting hybrid, right? Because it's state-sponsored capitalism. So it's got a communist party that runs a state-driven capitalist society, which is I don't think Marx foresaw that either. So I don't think what Marx said has been really tried and embodied in the sense that programmatically he thought it would develop. So there you go. But I don't worry that communism is spreading in the USA. I mean, it's very interesting. I have conservative friends that would say that Obama's a socialist or Kamala Harris is a socialist. I'll tell you what, they get an awful lot of Wall Street money to be socialists. Moneyed interests don't tend to throw their resources behind socialists. So there you go, Gary. I think sorry, that was kind of random in stream of consciousness, but that's what I got today.
So you recommended reading Marx, and I think a lot of people probably have read Marx, and perhaps since your comments, people want to go back and read Marx again to refresh their memory. Now, if they do that, Scott, would that be remarks?
Gary, you're on fire today. Hey, everybody, he's here till Thursday. He's doing shows at the Catskills after.
Howard, followed by Steve.
Traffic on the fives. Yeah, Gary, we've talked before on this stage about the role of social media and how it plays in dividing and not conquering, but really further dividing our society. So when you think about from the kind of like stepping back and zooming out, communism spreading, if it is, to me, we definitely live in this era of anti-establishment. I think most people would agree that we're definitely in an anti-establishment mode for a lot of people, a lot of sentiment that the traditional organizations, the traditional parts of our
Yes.
indifferent. I think that was reflective of what the attempt of with Doge was as one example. So if we've got social media dividing us, we're in this era of anti-establishment, and it seems natural that there's going to be certain forms of, call it communism or even socialism, that's going to emerge at the fringes for sure. And depending on where you are geographically, it's a factor, no doubt about it. But I think it's also counter to a lot of the fascism tendencies that's also occurred, especially with parts of our government and parts of really what's gone on right now in the media. So I think it's natural that you're going to start seeing more divergent things that just start emerging. So I guess I kind of sum it up, Gary, as on behalf of the flyover states, as you indicated in your opening salvo, I don't think communism, it's out there, but I don't think it's a big deal. I think there's more important things for us to worry about, and I'll land it there. Thanks.
Well, I think arguably the president is trying to create a crisis, which we know works in politics to get people to vote Republican in the midterm elections. I think that was pretty blatantly clear. He's, screaming the alarm. He says it specifically, if you vote for the Democrats, this is what's going to happen. There's a push to try to convince you and me that the people who were part of a little coalition of anti-Israel and progressive folks, and these new guys and gals are representative of the Democratic Party, and I don't think that most people who are in the Democratic Party would suggest that they are reflective necessarily of their values. And how did they get elected, these last three to whom the president refers? They got elected because there was an extremely low voter turnout in the primaries. This is exactly how AOC got elected. By all measures, AOC should not have gotten elected. Joe Crowley should have been reelected. But he wasn't, because he took his district for granted and didn't go out there and campaign. She and her people were hungry, and they were under the radar. And to your point, use social media and what Marshall does, door knocking. And in New York, it was more meeting people in bars and coffee shops maybe than door knocking, and on street corners and at subway platforms. But the concept remains the same. If you want to get elected, you got to work at it, and you got to get your vote out. I just want to make a little shameful self-plug here, since you mentioned the undue impact that we believe social media presents. I wrote a piece early this morning on my Substack, which is linked to in the main chat, which is linked above, talking about the overwhelming anti-Semitism, the comments that have been made on my social media for having the audacity to suggest that the hate crimes, which are on an exponential rise against Jewish people ought to be more firmly addressed. And that resulted in representation of the kind of people who commit the hate crimes in large, massive numbers. And it would make one perhaps think that they are representative of a larger group of society than we would feel comfortable. The studies, if you read my very short piece that is in the main chat, would suggest otherwise. Now, these studies had to do with the Jew haters, but I think the same goes true for any fringe aspect of our society. The internet, to your point, Howard, has given people voice when they never had voice before. When I was coming up, the way the communists got their message out is they published their revolutionary newspapers, and they would stand at the Rouge plant, the Ford Motor Company Rouge plant in Dearborn, Michigan, and as people were walking in at shift change and people were walking out at shift change, they would hand out their weekly publications. Workers Unite. Each of them had a different take. They all hated one another, by the way. The socialist workers didn't like the Trotskyites. The Trotskyites didn't like the Revolutionary Communist Party. The Revolutionary Communist Party didn't like the Communist. I mean, the fracturing was just amazing. So when you talk about this Red Scare that the president is trying to gin up, they're very fractured, these people. But the point is, you can't go by what you see on the internet, because the actual polling by very respectable organizations like the Pew Foundation will show that these are all outliers that have greater voice than people who are just simply trying to live their lives and don't necessarily feel motivated to go onto the internet to try to express their views in order to change the minds of the good people of the United States and elsewhere in the country. So I don't think that's a fair barometer. It's disturbing, but I don't think it's a fair barometer. If gone unchecked, it could gain momentum, but we shouldn't be pushing the panic button if we are really concerned that the commies are going to take over the country, because three Democratic socialists, who, as the Independent pointed out, as freshman members of Congress, will have no say in what their party's policies will be. It doesn't mean the country is facing this crisis that the president claims that we are. And I would just point out, Howard, that yesterday, the president, who is frustrated that Chuck Schumer has not shown fidelity to his foreign policy vis-a-vis the Middle East, he declared that Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. He said, Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer has become a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. So just by claiming that Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish, is a Palestinian, doesn't make Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. And just claiming that there's this big red threat doesn't mean that it is true. But we saw this during the age of McCarthyism, and it took root then, and I'm hoping that it does not today.
Yeah, Gary, as you say that too, it just reminds me of something that even happened more recently, the campaign trail, and I think it was when the president was perhaps in debate with the Democratic challenger. The claim and the damage that was done going back to Springfield, Ohio, about the Haitians were eating all the cats and dogs. That's just another example of just this verbose rhetoric that has no substantiation, but he's out there basically putting that into the ether, if you will, and people react to it.
As we are today, Howard, guilty as charged. Steve, followed by
Gary, also, can we just say something I forgot to mention that I think, you alluded to before, but I think the anti-Israel stuff was at least as big a driving force as the economic stuff, or bigger. I mean, I think that they campaigned hardcore, those folks, as being anti-Israel, right? And it's funny because I saw a woman who had tattooed on her forehead. I saw, I'm sure that many of you saw this, a woman from New York. I'm just going to say I'm going to say it. Forgive me for being crass, but she had "fuck AIPAC" tattooed on her forehead. This woman, her Twitter account, I think, was Sunrise Movement or something, and she said, "Feeling confident for New York City elections tomorrow, hashtag fuck AIPAC," and had a picture of her getting a "fuck AIPAC" tattoo on her forehead. So let's not minimize the significance of the anti-Semitism, which I think probably fueled and energized a lot of people more than the economics.
I really am attracted to women who tattoo their foreheads. I think it's just very, very attractive.
You remember the Larry David bit when he's in the Palestinian chicken place, and he says, I mean, you always are attracted. He's looking at the picture of this gorgeous Palestinian woman, and he says, I mean, it's so great. Like, if somebody doesn't like you, doesn't want you, you're attracted to them. What about someone that doesn't believe you should even exist? It's irresistible.
Yeah. Guess what? Just for those who, and I don't want to get off topic, but since you bring it up, according to the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, China, Japan, and Saudi Arabia consistently outspend Israel in direct foreign lobbying and influence operations within the United States. Just want to point that out to anybody who wants to date that young lady with that tattoo. Steve, followed by...
Yeah, Gary, how you doing today?
I'm good. How you feeling, buddy? Are you recovering?
I'm still sore, Gary. I had robotic surgery, and the robot was not kind.
Those robots do not have the soft hands of a skilled surgeon and surgical nurse.
Well,
they may be precise, but the bedside manner is not the same.
Yeah, it's cold, isn't it? Well, you know what I told the surgeon? I said, well, since you're going to be operating with a robotic instrument, I guess I don't have to worry about you having too much coffee.
but I thought that I was your main pain in the. Never mind. I don't want to talk about what you have to.
Well, let me get to the point, and I think I think with what we're discussing has a little more profound potential than we've alluded to so far. And, to kind of set the foundation for this and why I believe what I do, I think we can trace it back to the late 70s, early 80s when we started offshoring all these production jobs. There's a town not too far from me that used to be a vibrant town, and I think they lost 3 or 4 factories there, and it's just collapsed. And I think what we have, if you use the metaphor of the country as a body, we have an infection in the body that isn't great right now, but if left unchecked could metastasize. And I think it relates to this, and the reason why it's so dangerous too. When people feel a sense of loss of hope, the loss of being able to to do better than their parents done, and to have some path that they see forward, and they look at the corporations that's providing the opportunities for them, they feel powerless. Now, if you feel powerless in the face of a corporation that can have lobbyists on K Street every week going down to see your senator, you have only one choice at that point to battle that, and that's to seize and power of the government, to contend with this monolithic thing that's putting you in such a bad situation. And I think that's what the people that got elected in New York and in some of these other areas is appealing to. This feeling that things are not going well, they're not going to get any better, and that you're left to your own, so you better figure it out. Now, the problem with that is, and I've seen this in a lot of things that I've done, is that people don't realize this. When you get into government decisions, and I've been involved in a lot of meetings where I've had to point this out to people, because people start spending government money, there's no consequence for a bad decision. If you make a bad decision and you blow a bunch of money that you use in business could put you out of business, guess what? You still hold your seat. You're still there. You don't suffer the repercussions. But the people that's advocating for that don't see that part of it. All they see is a mechanism to gain a level of control that they perceive, and this is the key element, they perceive is going to make their situation better. And they see that course of action through seizing government power to impose their will on the people they feel has put them in this position. So I don't think it's the communists are taking over, but I think there's an undercurrent of resentment. I think there's an undercurrent of hopelessness that gives fertile ground to people like in New York that won these primaries. I think there's more fertile ground than there was, say, when I was growing up in the 70s for this kind of thing. I don't think this kind of thing, because of the situation and how we felt about things, you could drive off somewhere. Well, I want to go to work. 2 hours, you could find someone worked in the factory. He'd get you a job, and there you go. That's not that anymore. It's not there. And I think these confluence of events, the offshoring, the tribalization of the country, and all these different factors have put in place fertile ground for these people and their message to resonate with people that feel hopeless, Gary.
As is always the case, this is how fringe groups take root. There's no question about it. Thank you, Steve. Brent, followed by Brian.
So I always, in my opinion, these conversations focus too much on economics and too little on the political system. Democratic socialism has been a part of European politics for a while, and has been a part of European politics in a lot of places we would consider hellscapes. Scandinavian countries are the obvious example, but there's a reason why the Labour Party is red and has a red flag in the UK, because they came out of the socialist movement out of Europe. I think what kind of separates a place where it's tolerable to live and where it's intolerable to live is not really the economic system of a particular party that gets in power. The stability of those people that are the populace as a whole to make a decision of if their policies are working for them. Where you see things go awry is when the population loses that ability, and that is whether you're talking about left-wing communist countries, obviously a lot of hellscapes there, Stalin, etc., or frankly whether you're talking about right-wing authoritarians. Pinochet, you didn't want to live under him. You didn't want to live under the Franco regime in Spain. You certainly didn't want to live under Adolf Hitler in Germany. All horrible situations to live under. So, policies, economics
Guess
come
who
and go.
has presented herself?
Say again? economic systems, I kind of disagree with the previous comments. You know, I think every system every economic system is a mixture of state ran and private sector. It's just what mixture do you have in your system? And you know, I think there are some cases for more state ran enterprise. I think there are a lot of good cases for private sector enterprises, and they work differently in different parts of time. But at the end of the day, you have to let the people decide what's working for them, and when you take that away, is really when you turn things into a hellscape.
Thank you, Brent. Brian, followed by Dr. Francine.
Hey, I'll say that I do think the notion, the underlying fundamentals of communism are spreading. Clearly, by the rise of democratic socialist mayors and elected officials. So the principles are there. The principles are under the hood, if you will, of some of these campaigns. And I think a lot of Democrats are scared. A lot of people like Schumer and Jeffries and others are scared because they see these far-left politicians winning in these deep blue municipalities or locations. And I think, you know, in some ways they kind of sowed the seeds of their own demise, you know, in years and decades past. And this is the activation of that, the pulling of the threads together, the pulling of the hook to activate some of those people after, like I said, years and decades of cultivation. But overall, I'm not overly concerned. I think there's enough diversity, there's enough free speech, there's enough safeguards in our system to recognize it, call it out, and prevent it. I don't think what Trump is doing is overly helpful. I think he's mischaracterized it. I think he's oversimplifying it. I think he's talking to, you know, people in these buzzwords that get them activated, and he speaks to the base. But, you know, technically what is happening is not really true Marxism, I think, as Scott alluded to, and Marshall to some degree. I think it's neo-Marxism. You know, the economic methods that Marx codified or predicted, the revolutions, you know, that didn't happen. And so it took 40, 50 years for people in that camp to realize it's not going to work. You know, there are too many people who are happy with capitalism. They're you know, a happy middle class doesn't revolt. A happy lower class economically doesn't revolt. And so they switched tactics. They switched to neo-Marxism, which is why we've seen a lot of this identity politics stuff. They've gone from bourgeois versus proletariat to now identity politics. You know, blacks versus whites, gays versus straights. You know, identity politics. And what they're trying to do is cobble together all these different factions. And that's why you get weird things like Queers for Palestine, which, you know, to anybody who thinks more than 2 seconds about that, you know, you realize it doesn't make any sense at all. But what happens is you get people who are unhappy, disaffected by, you know, what they believe to be this white supremacy or system that's in place that oppresses them. And so this oppressor versus oppressed narrative, this identity politics thing, replaces the original, let's say, 1.0 Marxism. So I think the safeguards we have in place, free speech, you know, other ways, like the independent media. I think the rise of independent media, podcasts, things like that, people, for whatever reason, you know, stopped having full and complete trust. When we had people like Cronkite and, you know, those folks, there was a tremendous amount of trust in, you know, those big three networks, if you will. And as people have lost trust in that, they've developed other ways to get their information, and, you know, for better or worse. So I think, yeah, the notions are still there of what Marx intended or put into motion, and really go back to Plato and look at his Republic writing and say there are some elements of collectivism and socialism back there. But overall, I'm not worried. I think people are going to see what happens in New York and Seattle and other places, and they're going to be like, yeah, well, we don't want that bullshit here. So there will be enough places that recognize it, call it out, and stand up against it. And even the people like in Los Angeles, Spencer Pratt came close to winning. So I think, it'll run its course. I think the last thing I'll say is you can't take for granted, though, that it's not going to work. So every generation has to come to their own realization that, like Reagan said, freedom is just loss of freedom is just a generation away. Look at what happened in Cuba and Venezuela, places like that. So it's not like there's zero risk, but I think we have the mechanisms and safeguards in place to repel. It's just up to each individual and each generation to recognize the failures of collectivism and resist it.
Thank you for that. Brian, we'll go to Dr. Francine, followed by Wood. Dr. Francine.
Dr. Francine, you there?
William, followed by Les.
I couldn't get my microphone.
Hold on there, William. Dr. Francine, followed by William.
Sorry, William. That was weird. I think this is comical. I mean, I would think it was comical if it wasn't so terrible. The way we are as a people calling each other names that we don't even really understand what we're doing. But all we're doing is pulling ourselves apart and, making ourselves less cohesive as a nation. If you think communism is coming, where were you yesterday when the post office said that they weren't going to deliver mail ballots? In states where the voter rolls hadn't been handed over to the federal government. That very fortunately was blocked by a judge. But that's the absolute opposite of communism. And the fact that 3 people got elected in New York City, which is always a place that's good for immigrants and good for unusual political theories. It always has been, because it's got immigrants from all over the world, and they get to try out their thoughts and philosophies in New York. That's going to have nothing to do with the rest of the country. In fact, the rest of the country is scared shitless that the fact that 3 Democratic Socialists got nominated in New York is going to mean that the Democrats will not be elected anywhere in the country, because the Democratic Party is so far to the right of those people that it can't even recognize them, much less, stand behind them and join their movement. I mean, this is all crazy, and it's just words. And the only reason that I'm concerned about it is that it is being done by Donald Trump out of fear. It's his fear, it's everybody's fear. And the more he makes the public fearful, the more what happens is unpredictable. And I'm tired of living in fear. Nothing that happens in this next election, should be fearful, except maybe if Donald Trump decides to run again. And the reason, and I don't think he will, I think he's done. He's got everything he needs out of the presidency. I mean, he's raped the country. We're in debt like, we've never been before. And 3 people who have somewhat left-leaning beliefs are not going to change any of those accomplishments of his. I'm being sarcastic.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. William, followed by Les.
I want to follow up on what Brent was saying, and that is that there's no country where it's purely capitalist, purely socialist. It doesn't exist. And when you look at a communist China, is it purely communist? No. There is private property ownership to the extent that they've allowed businesses to really function on free market economy and capitalism. I think that's where they've been the most successful and the most productive, because that model, the capitalist model, allows the money to go where it should, based on market demand, and that's a powerful force. But what they call themselves, communist country, they say it's the Communist Party, and it's a one-party system. There's one party that's in control. They have a monopoly on power, and then there's a fight within the Communist Party. There are power struggles within the Communist Party, and it may as well not even be called Communist Party. It could just be the ruling party. But when you have Donald Trump, and I think he did the right thing, going out and having our government buy 10% share in IBM, and I liked it. My IBM stock went up, but I think it's important that we have some central planning to have some vital chip makers and foundries within the United States, and to the extent that is invested in, does that mean that now that the government has 10% share of IBM or Intel? What was it? It was Intel. I'm sorry. And now that the government is partial owner of the means of production, does that make us a communist country? Maybe. Fascist. Well, look at Putin. So when Putin says, I need more money for the war, he calls in all the oligarchs who he made rich, and like a mafia boss, he says, I need more money. I need more of your, I need a bigger VIG. I can't just settle for the 50% that I already own that's off the books. So, that's, at the edges, does fascism and communism bleed together and have certain elements that are indistinguishable from one another? Arguably, yeah. So, when we have a corporation that's too big to fail, and we have a government bailout of a corporation, of a private corporation, is that corporate socialism? Is that a socialist? What's that? I think your mic isn't working, Marshall.
Oh, I didn't know my mic was open.
No problem.
So there's, if you follow the strict definitions, we all funded economy to some degree, where there are elements of communism, elements of socialism. When the Amtrak exercises eminent domain and says, we're going to take your property, at least you get compensated based on the due process clause, where there's, the government can't take your property without compensation, and then there's legal proceedings to figure out how much your property is worth and how much you should get paid. But so in that respect, but in China, man, they really managed to get some big public works projects done. Does that mean if the government builds a dam, and that's a hydroelectric facility, is that a state-run means of production? Yeah, it is. Is it a utility? Yeah. So to some degree, utilities, if they're owned by the government, to some degree, you can categorize that as being communist. Yet, they're there are private aspects to the utilities. It gets pretty murky. So I don't think we have pure economies that are either communist, capitalist, or socialist. And in a lot of ways, when social programs were instituted, like Social Security, which I agree with Marshall, it's not purely socialism because we contribute into it. It's supposed to have a trust fund, which then gets rated by the government to pay for other programs. So, in some respects, that can be viewed as a socialist program, but it's really not purely socialist. And when we have public utilities, I mean, in the city where I live or where Scott lives, we have, city water, city sewage. That is basically levied like a tax. And it's a service. And if you leave your water on, your faucet's dripping, you're going to pay a lot more. But that is the government owning the utility, the means of production. Yet, Comcast or Verizon, they run the Fios as a utility as well, which not quite handled in the sense that's basically private ownership, but using public easements. So, it gets a little bit hard to tease it out. Do I think if we had a socialist mayor in Philadelphia, would that mean that we're not going to be a capitalist city? Absolutely not. All that would mean is that somebody would be paying more attention to social services, making sure that there's more public housing and less people go hungry. And in Philadelphia we have basically cooperatives, which are community-owned food distribution centers, and you pay money. You don't get things for free, but that is the community owns it. It's not really communism. It's more like a non-for-profit corporation, but it incorporates certain in the corporate charter. It incorporates and uses some communist type ideology to actually distribute food where otherwise there might be a food desert. So, we live in a mixed economy, and I think getting freaked out on somebody being a socialist democracy, yeah, what a terrible thing. If you go to Norway, Sweden, Denmark, United Kingdom, they have socialized medicine. What a horror, but yet, for your premium services, for your lip jobs, or, to get those Mar-a-Lago lips or a boob job, you're going to have to pay private money. But, for basic healthcare services, that's shared by the community. So there's still capitalist countries, but they provide real meaningful social programs through a graduated incremental tax system where wealthy people pay more of what they deem to be their fair share. So, it doesn't confiscate private property, but it does confiscate taxes. So I think we lived in mixed economies. I don't see what the reason is to freak out over somebody calling themselves a socialist Democrat or a democratic socialist, any more than you would freak out in Norway or Denmark or Sweden or the UK or any other country that has decent public medicine to some degree, where there's often public and private aspects to the provision of medical care, where if you want certain things, you're going to have to pay, but other things, basic things are provided to everybody. What do you think?
I think I heard you teasing a run for mayor of Philadelphia, and I think everybody else here heard that as well.
Scott's going to be mayor. Scott, you be mayor.
Les, followed by Merrill.
Hi. So one historical thing I think is fascinating. The original book that had talked about communism and gave an example was not Karl Marx in Das Kapital. It was the New Testament, books of the New Testament, because that's the way the early Christians lived.
Jesus was a communist?
No, Jesus was dead. If you're an atheist, it was the early.
Yes, the Gospels were written after Jesus's time on Earth, but it's representative of the life of Jesus, and that's the life that the early Christians embraced.
He's talking about the Book of Acts, Gary. It talks about the Acts of the Apostles in the early chapters, where they're holding things in common. I mean, basically, they're having like a common person, common problem.
I see. So were the early Christians?
Your service appears to be inactive.
Today, but I don't understand. You think we're off topic?
No, I think I'm like Dr. Francine. I think we spend a lot of time talking about, and it does boil down to the politics. You did acknowledge that. It is political. And we've spent a lot of time talking about who the people were that won the election and Mondami and all of that. And then we talk about, we've had people here talk about the far left, and communism is associated with the left. And what we don't talk about is, we don't really talk about the true politics of this. And Dr. Francine hit on it. We're not talking about, are we afraid? Are people really afraid? Communist? Are we afraid of a revolution? Is that really what's growing here? Is that the cancer? Because if that's the cancer that's growing, I think we should be concerned about that. We don't have national security right now. We don't have a department that's investigating domestic terrorism. We don't have we have a problem with somebody who wants to take away people's voting rights. We aren't talking about. We're not addressing a big picture.
We've talked about those things on this stage ad nauseum to the point where conservatives claim that this particular forum is an echo chamber of hatred toward the president. So I don't know why you say we don't talk. If that's the case, then why am I under such duress from people who claim that I'm not being fair, honest, and balanced in our presentation here in the Critical Thinking Forum? I don't get it. I feel like I'm in a squeeze. I don't know which way to turn. Help me, Meryl. Help me, Meryl. Help me, Meryl.
You want to make fun, Gary? I'm not making fun of you, Gary, and I'm trying to point something out to you. You didn't make fun of Dr. Francine when she talked about the post office.
Dr. Francine, you can come on here and say we shouldn't be talking about what we're talking about or something like that.
I did not say that, Gary. When did I use those words?
You just said we don't talk about this. We're talking about that. Why don't you just make your point, Meryl? Just make your point.
It's the politics of it. We stress the politics of it. We don't, and with to one side. When we talk about the left, when we talk about people that want what they want, we did this the other day. It was the young people. Everybody wants and wants and wants, and all the things that people aren't getting, and it's coming from the left. And we don't talk about. We're not, Dr. Francine. Gary, this show has never talked about the post office. We never.
Oh, see, there we go. We're talking about the wrong thing. I didn't bring up the topic of the post office. Bravo. You know what? I'm hearing, Meryl, honestly, when you're talking.
That's it, Gary. I am not being rude to you.
Meryl, I'm trying to be lightheaded in my response to your criticism.
Then go back into chat while we're waiting to talk.
Who are you to tell me to go back into chat? Why are you starting an argument with me?
No, Gary. You go into chat while people wait to talk, and when I speak, you're bad. You make fun. I'm sorry. I don't say it the way you want me to.
Meryl,
I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, but I'm reacting to the stimuli that I'm getting from you. I'm trying to do it in a light-hearted manner because I don't want to be shouting at you. But I will tell you, on your microphone, I hear a little buzzing in the background. Now, to me, it sounds like maybe there's a bee in your bonnet here tonight.
You want me to respond to that, Gary?
Sure, please do. I threw it out there, so it's fair game.
I'm not going to have a cat fight with you. And that's what you're trying to do. I don't want a cat fight.
Okay.
I want to talk about, if
you want to talk about what you want to talk about, not this topic at hand, correct?
You asked if there was a cancer of communism. That is what you said this topic was about. And you mentioned what Donald Trump said. And then the conversation winds up being about how unhappy people are. And who are the people that are unhappy? And we hear the word the left many times. And when Dr. Francine talked about what we should hate of, you didn't make fun of that. I'm talking about, yes, I'm afraid of that. I am much more concerned about the fact that the very person who is telling us what is wrong with this country and what we need to be afraid of isn't doing anything to prevent that. He isn't doing anything to check on domestic terrorists. He isn't doing those things. And by saying that means I hate Trump. No, I'm talking about, we can't talk about, it's not right to talk about what people fear and what he wants us to fear without addressing that he does nothing to help them. He does nothing to make that fear better, when in all reality, make that fear worse, when in all reality, we should be worried about what he's not doing. That's my point. And I'm sorry if that offended you. I'm sorry if I didn't say it, if I didn't articulate it right, and I'm sorry I brought up that you were in chat. But If this conversation is important, you'd be in the room all the time and not in chat. I'm waiting in the room.
Oh, for
So
God's sake, my hand is out, and you're going to hear it right now. I slapped my hand because I responded to Brian in chat. Because that does not make me a good moderator. If I cared about the fact that Meryl was sitting in queue, I wouldn't have paid attention to the chat. Because you know why? You know why? And I understand why. Women can multitask, men cannot. So I cannot multitask.
You know,
Meryl, if you come up to discuss the issue and not come up with loaded for attacking me, I don't know why you did that. And then I should just sit here and not respond to it? If you don't like the topic and the way I moderate the room, don't come to the room. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I recognize that. Okay, I'm not. And you're right. I want to apologize to the people in the room because I answered Brian in chat. What a horrible thing for me to do. I am wrong. I will spend the weekend repenting. David, followed by...
Gary, do you want me to hear your confession after this, Gary?
You know, I'm Jewish, but Jesus was a Jew, so by extension, sure. You can hear my confession. But, Scott, I'm not so sure my confession to you will be as interesting as yours to mine.
Oh, that's probably true.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm making fun. I shouldn't have made fun. David, followed by Murad. What happened to Ching? I lost Ching. She was there and she's gone. David.
Thank you. I guess I have to preface my... And I was here at the beginning, but I didn't realize you were responding to something Trump said. I see the title, and in my mind, what I wish is it said is the cancer of socialism spreading in the USA. I think...
But that's not what the president said.
Right.
So if he had said that, I would have used the term socialism up there.
I know.
You know, I'm not going to rewrite. By the way, I took a lot of heat over the past week and a half on my Facebook for simply quoting the president. How dare I quote the president of the United States? And you know why I was wrong for quoting the president? Because the majority of people in the United States, I was told, David, are incapable of judging for themselves after all these years that he's been in office, his veracity when he opens his mouth. So I have to tell them when the president is lying, as if I know, by the way. You know, like I'm omnipresent and I would know. If I'm omnipresent like that, Scott, I don't mean to offend you, Scott, but I'm going to start my own church. So people
I'll take a collection. I'm in charge of taking collection.
Oh, okay. You know what? Sounds like we have a plan. Anyway, David, go ahead with your point. I apologize.
No. I enjoy lighthearted banter. I liked what Steve said, and I don't always agree with him. There's this satisfaction with government. There's this satisfaction with corporate and work conditions. And sorry, I'm driving. And income inequality in this country. And I think government isn't working for too many people anymore. Pacific Northwest is I have a mayor of my city that lived in literally her parents' basement. She was the leader of a socialist transit riders group. That's her business experience. And it doesn't matter to them. They want people who have no political experience. They don't understand that they're going to get, I think, poor results because of that. But if you look at the people that won in New York, that were Mondami supported, I think they were mostly political neophytes or had little political experience, and that doesn't seem to matter to people.
all of them, as you pointed out, were anti-support for Israel. And I think as a Jew, you really have to understand that nationally that's starting to happen in potential elected officials. So I think that socialist politicians and the growth of, I don't know, you can't say a trend towards communism, but they're birds of a feather. They're running on the same ticket. We had an open communist on our city council that ran on the Democratic ticket in a very liberal part with a lot of young renters voting. And two socialists, and many of the people who were middle of the road were cowed by those people and put through a lot of their proposals. I think what you said and what many have said before, low voter turnout is enabling this, right? When you talked about AOC, she shouldn't have been elected, but it gives the power to those fringe candidates when 25% or less of the people show up for a primary election. And I think we have to take back our government through participation and voting. And I think one of the biggest problems is we have a young generation that seems to really only see the good parts in their mind of what socialism and communism is. They don't listen when every person who lived under that system comes here for the reason to escape it, and then they know that it's replacing one corrupt system for another. And that's the bottom line.
Can I just ask you to make a distinction? You said communism and socialism. So somebody earlier pointed out that the Scandinavian countries are pretty much socialistic countries, and the polling would suggest they are the happiest people in the world in those countries because of the programs that they have, from cradle to grave to take care of them. Now they don't have the problems that a superpower of the United States, as the United States has when it comes to global security, and they're not under the kind of homeland security duress generally that the United States might be, although Russia's expansionist possibilities may change that a little bit. But that's not, people are not flooding the United States to escape Norway and Sweden, are they?
No, but they are from other communists.
Communists, but Norway and Sweden are not communist countries.
They're also the thing that's never mentioned about Norway or Sweden is they're tiny countries and they're incredibly homogenous, both of which make distribution of social systems a lot easier.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking for...
If I could answer the question, Marshall, please. Those countries also have a medium band of what you would describe as happiness, okay? You aren't allowed to be too successful or too unsuccessful. And if you accept that, their acceptance of what happiness is, then yeah, they're doing great. They also do get much more return for their government taxes that they pay in. At least they get something back and their government does work better. But 80% taxes also stifles a lot of creativity and what makes the United States great.
I'm not arguing at all that we should become a socialist nation. I'm just saying that your comment was, and you may have misstated yourself, and that's why I gave you the opportunity to either double down or correct on it. You said that's why people from socialist and communist countries are flooding our nation, and I was just challenging that because I don't believe the countries that, for whatever reason, identify as socialist, I'm not saying that it would work here in the United States, are fleeing their countries from the United States.
I'm sorry if I said the word flooding. I don't think I said the word flooding. I meant to say they come here from those countries, and every one of them would much rather be here than to be, and are more successful here than they could be in their countries where they came from, where as little kids, they saw the man who ran the grocery store was overweight, but everyone else in the city was the normal way, because the guy who ran the communist grocery store, the socialist grocery store, had access to the food. And the people who were running the government had access to everything they needed, but the average person didn't in that system. And they saw it with their own eyes. I'm not saying they're flooding our country, but they are grateful that they came here and could work in our system.
I will say this much I will say. I can give you a snapshot of what's happening right now in New York. I heard from Abby a similar snapshot of what's happening in Philadelphia. I heard from Barbie a similar snapshot of what's happening in Miami. And I've been reading similar snapshots about what's happening in Los Angeles. And that is, there are people from all around the world, from very different systems of government, from varying socioeconomic backgrounds, who are here from the World Cup. And they seem to be universally delighted by the experience that they are having here in the United States.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, myself included, I'm not preaching here, sometimes we as Americans forget or don't recognize the bounty that this nation provides. And when I say bounty, I'm not just referring to economic bounty as we discuss the problems of our nation, which we do have a myriad of problems in this nation, of course. But I find I take great comfort and I get great interest when I get off the train to walk to work tonight, as I have every night during the World Cup. I do what New Yorkers avoid. The one place New Yorkers do not go is Times Square.
Yeah.
I have been walking through Times Square. I've been seeing people wearing different colors, wearing different flags on their shoulders, waving different flags in the air. Competitors on the pitch who are enjoying one another's company and enjoying the amenities of this city, as we are seeing in Philadelphia, Miami, elsewhere in the country.
This is something. It ain't nothing. That's projection. Projection alert speaking. Projection says what? Projection alert. Projection says what? Hello? Projection alert says what? This ain't nothing. Projection alert. Projection alert says what? Projection says what?
of Mondami is going to be good for a national campaign, they've lost me for the first time in their lives, and maybe they don't care. I do want to say I'm really glad you brought up FIFA. We are a FIFA city. I was reflecting last week in my own spaces on X how well, as far as I can tell, every city this has worked, that the countries who come here are celebrating themselves and also discovering ranch dressing, which is, I think, their culinary favorite thing. They're taking back to Europe, and the excitement and what we have to offer. And it's probably the best international program you could have as far as exporting goodwill. When the Scots had Boston had the goal of drinking the city dry, they did it, and they were happy drunks, and people loved them. We have Australians here who celebrated with the team that they played in our stadium, and they are fun-loving people who we love. In New York, the same thing that you saw. So I'm really proud that it went that way. I am a little more worried living on the West Coast when we see a trend that is essentially going the wrong way in my eyes, the Mondami trend. And if the Democrats want to take that as a standard bearer, they just made me a Republican.
Our streets are full of men in skirts, and it's not because it's Pride Month.
Right.
The Tartan Army, oh my God, are they lovable?
Yeah. And
they are so lovable. They're walking around. They're playing bagpipes. They're not bus. They're not. They don't have a bucket out for money. They're just standing on the corner playing bagpipes. Who the hell does that?
A lot of them stayed in New Jersey, and they couldn't really understand why Uber was so expensive, so they rented 16 school buses to tour themselves around the city. I mean, I'd love to be on one of those Scott school buses.
Oh, that would be the best. If you could understand what they were saying. Sometimes their brogues are so thick, I don't understand what they're saying.
My father had a strong German accent, so I can understand.
But it's great. It's great fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm taking pictures as I walk through Times Square. When I see something interesting, I took a beautiful shot of a woman dressed as I don't know whether it's as an Aztec princess from head to toe, because the Mexicans were playing that day. And the crowds, they're standing there paying attention to what the cops say, staying behind the police line, watching the big screens and cheering together. They certainly aren't Knicks fans, I'll say that much. They're far better behaved than the Knicks fans.
Yeah, that was a different Times Square when the Knicks won.
Oh, it was dangerous. Thank you, David. We'll go to Murad, followed by order books. Murad, followed by order books.
Happy Shabbat Eve. Fortunately, Gary, nice to meet you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Gary, communism has entered politics in the United States in several ways. At first, at first glance, you might blame the democratic leftists, but the problem has been more dangerous than this. This cancer has gone beyond infiltrating political parties. It is clear that this cancer is felt in all segments of society and in all government departments. It is absolutely true that Islamists have allied themselves with communism in a decisive pact to transform and change authentic American values. Today in New York, Today in New York, we see an Indian Islamist extolling communism, and the cancerous tumor of Islamic Republic has definitely taken full advantage of this capacity. For 48 years, by founding circles like NIAC and etc. But now, I mean, with the departure of the smooth-talking Democrats from the forefront of power, their literature class has been reformed to push the Republicans aside, and you know that Seattle tonight is in the front of fire, and it suffices.
Our political strategist said, take a photo with your feet. So here I am, making feet videos. We selling pictures of John Kitover, Chicago mayor candidate's feet. Anybody want to buy a motherfucking feet photo? $9.99 a photo.
Many of the things that they've
What
said
you think about my feet
are totally inaccurate. They're the libels against Israel. And by the way, this is important to people who have legitimate beefs with the policies of the state of Israel. And I've written pretty extensively about this. I actually did a reel recently, and I just wrote a Substack today about this. You cannot go on the internet today and without any reference to the state of Israel, note the factual increase in the amount of hate crimes against Jews without people attacking you for supporting Israel. You see, what they are saying is that the attacks on Jews in the United States are justified because of what they perceive, correctly or incorrectly, to be transgressions by a nation.
Vote John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. My political campaign strategist, Maxwell Rice III, told me to make videos of my feet, and he said they'll go viral. And together, my feet, we will defeat the communists in Chicago once and for all, forever.
By Mayor Mamdani, who, as his first action following his inauguration on January the 1st,
the Republican
was to rescind
treasurer running in Chicago. She recently took photos of her feet.
Signed by his
So here I
predecessor,
am.
Eric Adams.
I didn't create the strategy. The strategy created the candidate.
All houses of worship, so that people could.
This is called the Elaphor.
The place where they.
These things used to be like $199, $299, $399, $499. Now they're like $19.99.
Even though it protects.
They got 20 million Chinese in a warehouse outside Beijing making these. If you ain't bought one of these, you don't know how to fix arthritis and rheumatology. I'm Dr. John Kitover, a rheumatologist.
Criticism
at the Chicago mayoral election. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now to cure your cancer and to cure your rheumatoid arthritis.
Communism specifically in this country.
We got the cure. Now, I know you can't make outlandish medical claims on YouTube, but the Elaphor is what you're looking for. Elaphor. Fix your arthritis now, because all you do is click and scroll 30,000 miles a week, and you're gonna fix all that rheumatoid arthritis.
We should be concerned
Dr. John, rheumatology.
And their ilk who are running for office because they give sustenance to the people who would attack me walking down the street on my way to work today simply because I am Jewish. And I think that's the real issue here, frankly. Thank you for that. Murad will go to the reader of books who tells us we should read books and buy them, or order books and buy them. No, order books and read them.
That was referring to the actual order book in financial markets, not actual books. The continuous limit order book. That's a mechanism in modern electronic financial markets. It's called the order book, or the continuous limit order book. As far as your title goes, I don't think that America is in danger of communism. In fact, I think it's the opposite is true. That America is in danger of cancer of capitalism, not communism. If you look at the GDP of the USA as a percentage, it's mainly driven by, America has been deindustrializing ever since the Second World War.
Joan Rivers was a pioneering
Most of
from the property tax situation. From the
And the majority
from
of the U.S. economy is based on financial services. And you have so much capital chasing so little value. Or you have the surge in crypto, the kind of scammy AI. Also, another indicator that America is heading towards cancer of capitalism is that the society has become materialistic. You see the women chasing men for size, either size, length. This man is tall, this man is short. We see men doing the same thing for women. His car is
where are these men getting chased by the women? Because I'll stand on this street corner if you could point me there.
He taught me stuff. He's brilliant.
I said, where are these men being chased by these women? Because I will stand on that street corner if you tell me where it is.
Hello?
Boy, my humor is really falling flat today, Scott.
We're gonna do our workshopping material after this, sir.
This is just as an outsider. I'm not American, so I may have a very biased view of the American society, maybe completely different. There's a lot of issues concerned with the sex. This is a man, this is a woman, this is in the middle. Always the discussion is about the actual sex and the money, how much money you're making. You can see the conglomeration or the monopoly of very small number of companies, Google, Amazon, Meta. Okay, these companies, they control and they maybe stifle the American economy. I cannot think of other indicators, but I don't see. The healthcare system is very peculiar in the USA. Most of the other countries around the world, we have free healthcare. I don't know, like Americans want to defend the fact that they don't have free healthcare. It's a wealthy country, but they're just supposed to have some basic free healthcare. These are my main arguments. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go. I'm sorry, my humor fell flat with you, but I don't know. I don't know what your country you're from, but I'll if you tell me, I'll be happy to look. Huh?
I'm from Morocco. Welcome to Morocco.
Morocco. So you're from Morocco. I got to look at how humor is presented in Morocco. Come back. I'll be ready for you next time with some good old Moroccan humor for you. Because it really fell flat just now.
Flat on its face.
But okay. But I'm into couscous.
Welcome. I'm invited for
That much I know about Moroccans. They make good couscous. Thank you, sir. We'll go to David, followed by Chin.
Bye-bye.
All right, Gary, a lot of jokes landing flat here at the forum, but I'm sure we can pick it up tomorrow.
Well, as I tell the people at work when I tell jokes and I'm the only one laughing in the newsroom, I don't tell the jokes for your benefit. I tell them for mine. And if you happen to laugh along, that's a cherry on top of the sundae. But, you can still enjoy the sundae without the cherry.
There you go. Well, Gary, I think in this nation's, vaunted 250-year history, we have several iterations of where capitalism forced the hand of labor to evaluate other ideas and policies, such as communism. This nation, obviously, without doing too much of a deep dive, was built on the backs of the cheapest form of labor, and that's free labor, i.e. the slaves. And a lot of money was made and growth was made off of that reality. Until Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, we had to do away with that form of capital, and then it forced companies into other forms of abusive labor. We have to only look at the Gilded Age in the 1800s, where the robber barons emerged as the new industrialists, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, and the like. And we saw how
we saw them bring in cheap labor from China to build our railroads.
Right.
So that was kind of a form of servitude as well, to a degree, wasn't it?
100%. So.
But I will say that the president is doing his best to get rid of the cheap labor in the United States. He's sending them all back to Haiti. They'll be in South Florida. There'll be nobody to take care of the old people any longer. I think, he's really very progressive in that manner.
Well, I mean, that begs the question, why would they force out labor that we need here in this country when there aren't people willing to do those jobs, unless you pay them a lot of money to do them. And that tends to not benefit the businesses that need to hire those or to provide those services, because they become too expensive. And that's literally what our capitalistic model said and I'm sure your guest King to my right will be able to speak about with regard to China. But then we exported our jobs to a Chinese communist model. So we didn't eat our own cooking defending this great capitalistic model. Instead, we used the model where we drive costs down to the lowest denominator and take it to a foreign nation 10,000 miles away, where there was no regulation with regard to labor, state oversight, abuses of the wazoo. And the corporate power structure said, hey, we'll look at our 5-year model on our forecasts are going way up. And Americans started enjoying cheaper goods over here, and the Walmarts of the world started to emerge. So what's that?
I don't know. I don't know where that noise is coming from.
So anyway, Gary, our politicians have really done a sleight of hand here with regard. Then we fought a war in Vietnam to eradicate that communist scourge, only to have 50 years later that country produce our sneakers and migrating manufacturing there because it's now far cheaper than China, from what I understand. So, there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to talking about, and I think this Mendami guy is just a convenient political football for the right to attack, just as other leftists have been used as political footballs to attack. And we can go back as far as the 50s, the 40s, the 30s when FDR was running on the New Deal. I mean, California had a candidate, Upton Sinclair, who wrote the Jungle Book, who talked about in his writings all these abuses of capitalism. And he ran as a socialist here in California, only to be defeated in 1935. And he didn't lose by a lot. He carried a lot of the vote, but because Americans, at least in my state, were hurting so badly, they were willing to look at another alternative to a capitalistic model that had left a lot of people in ruins. So a lot of Americans today, Gary, I hate to say it, it's like me inviting you over to my house, you and Scott, Marshall, and say, let's have a big poker game. But instead of sharing the chips, I'm going to start out with 10 times as many chips, and we're going to play the game now. So Americans are waking up, these young kids today are waking up to the poker table where a whole lot of other people have way more chips than they do, and they're asked to engage in the system that is literally stacked against them. So, so that's why the rhetoric of communism and socialism resonates for a lot of folks. It's because they don't see a pathway forward without working 100 hours, 100-hour week work weeks, borrowing tons of money.
Right, got it. I'm gonna stop you because I want to give Ching 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know.
Okay, Daryl, I ain't gonna get to you, unfortunately, buddy. Ching, you got.
Oh, thank you, Gary. There's so many things you guys are talking about, and Gary, do you want to just ask me a question? Because I can talk forever.
Yeah, but you only got a minute. Yeah. So somebody who left the communist country and now you live in the communist regime of New York, you're well suited to.
Oh, okay. First of all, Gary, I don't consider myself living in communist regime, okay? Give me a fucking break, okay? Firstly, okay, the mayor is not a communism. Come on, he called himself a socialism Democrat. Socialism is not exactly communism. Socialism is, it's something reachable. There's strike for giving, like make poor people less poor, right? Evenly distribute the wealth. Communism is ideal. We don't have communism yet. Not even China. Mainland China is not a communism society. There's still socialism, but looking forward to reach that ultimate goal of communism. So say we are already in communism. This is not it. We're not it. And plus, we're just such a small portion of this 3-person being, endorsed by the mayor, and they win. And this is not a huge, I don't see it as a huge deal yet. America is so much more, like David said, capitalism. You cannot just with this election with the 3 people, and you can say we're already a communism. No, we're not socialism either. Yeah, there's no way America, New York, anywhere will become socialism. Not even 10% socialism. You guys, you have no idea what socialism is. You will be crying. You will be crawling. You will be fighting. You will suffer. Come on, we're not socialism here. That's it.
Thank you, Ching, and I will take you up on your offer to hang out in your hood very soon.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, have a great weekend, and peace out.
Grandpa needs to look at her YouTube and Instagram. That's a lot of Thursday.
Have you been watching them play for the past 3-4 years? Because if you have, then you would know that sometimes
they got their head on right and they play, and then other times they be back on that bullshit. Okay? There were some people talking earlier this morning who had a lot of concerns. One of the mods, I'm not going to say any names, said that sometimes they like to be on that bullshit. I have faith in my scrubs. It's the size of a mustard seed, but that's enough.
She got faith in her scrubs.
Well, have you
Got a mustard size seed faith.
That's enough. Maneuvers to ritually purify yourself to enter in a state whereby your faith reaches its destination. Have you cleansed yourself? Huh?
Now that you're speaking, I think I might need to go do some more rituals and purify myself so that my faith can grow greater than what it is currently. I have backslid. I'm not going to hold you.
If you want the United States to beat Bosnia, after what we saw last night, in fact, I was watching it. I was on my couch, and I was watching, and I was kind of reading at the same time. I'm always reading. It's a beautiful thing. And it's the most fulfilling activity of my life. That's my own testimony. But I was watching and reading, and I looked up, and I saw the end. And I saw the last 5 seconds of the match. I threw my head back. And my next conscious was my reading time when my alarm went off at 4:30 this morning. I believe that the team that we saw last night requires faith that God will not answer to if we come to God with ritual or moral impurity. The team we saw last night is the real U.S. team. I had a revelation. It is an undisciplined team. It is an arrogant team. It is a sloppy team in the midfield. It is a team that has coaching deficiencies that were covered up by spectacular play in the first 2 matches. As bad as Bosnia is, once you get to the knockout stages, a team of the caliber of the United States national men's team and lose any game, Britt. Any game. Anybody looking past Bosnia should remember when Hillary Rodham Clinton looked past Cheeto Leahy the Great, Orange Julius I.
My God.
What I saw last night returned me to the book of Leviticus. And I have been preparing a set of personal maneuvers and ablutions to ritually purify myself. You cannot come into the tent of meeting. You cannot come into God's dwelling place unless you have ritually purified yourselves. In other words, to enter a holy space, you have to
This
be
is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral
to
candidate.
enter
This
a
is
holy
online
space.
debate. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.
When I take my prayer for this team into the tent of meeting, when I leave it outside in the sanctuary where the priests are, when I ask the high priest to take it into the Holy of Holies, my God, place it on the mercy seat, huh? Y'all know what the mercy seat on top of the Ark of the Covenant? Both sides, wings. I believe I can fly. That's what R. Kelly was singing about. He was singing about the mercy seat. Why? Because you put your prayer onto what? The mercy seat. The burnt offering goes up to God. That's why Othello blows all of his faith to high heaven. It's an allusion to the Ark of the Covenant, but y'all not ready for that yet. Huh? You cannot enter into the temple, into the tabernacle, into the tent of meeting unless you've been ritually purified. Now, there's some misconceptions about what holy means and about what being unimpure means. Impure does not, in fact, mean of the devil. All it means is not pure. Same with holy. That which is unholy does not mean of the devil or demonic. It simply means not holy. In other words, it means, watch this, that which is common or profane. We use the word profane in our lexicon, in our language, to describe that which is what? Evil, Luciferian, etc. But if you actually go back and work through the Hebrew and the Greek and the Latin, you know that the word profane simply means common, that which is not holy. If the United States men's team is going to win, we must engage in a set of purification rituals. We must clean. We must eat properly. We must wash our clothes. Go back and read Leviticus. Yahweh tells them to wash their clothes all the time. This team, from what I saw last night, is a cursed team. Last night, what I saw was when Korah and his boys questioned the leadership of Moses, and what did God do? Open up the earth. They got swallowed right down in that bitch. What happened to his followers? Yahweh burnt them up to heaven. Anybody that thinks the team next week is going to simply roll over Bosnia, that would take a miracle of miracles, as the great Taylor Montcalm-Zoyle said. Wonder of wonder, miracle of miracles. God took a lion by the hand, stood by his side, and miracle of miracles. That's what it's going to take. Way up last night was a mess. He looked like...
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate. I need your support right now. Like this video and subscribe to this channel. Then go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. This name of this room is politically correct on Clubhouse. Stop blaming Democrats and Republicans. You are the problem.
If you don't go, we're burning you up. That's what he looked like last night. Passing in the midfield, not crisp. The back line had more holes in it than some of y'all socks. Huh? You could put a Johnson through those holes last night. Magic Johnson. And Ernie Johnson. Or just a regular Johnson. I saw goalie play that was ass last night. wasn't for a quirk of the 14th Amendment, watch this, we wouldn't have a proper striker. I'll say it again. If it wasn't for a quirk of the 14th Amendment, Section 1, ratified in 1868, we would not have a adequate striker. For all of the athletics, the money, the treasure, the training, the enhancements, this country cannot develop a top-flight striker to save its life. If you want America to beat Bosnia, go to your local farm, get a ram, get a bull, go to your Whole Foods or Co-op, get a bag of grain, ritually purify yourself, bring it to your own tent of meeting. Take the blood from the ram, take the blood from 7 male goats, and just like Jobu did in Major League, played by who? Dennis Haysbert. If you don't help me, Jobu, I'll fuck you, Jobu. I do it myself. Take the blood, those 7 goats, and spread it on your own tent of meeting. Rick, what we saw last night was an abomination before God. Which God? All of them. The Canaanite gods, the Hittite gods, the Israelite gods, the Christian gods, the Greek gods, the Roman gods, the Mesopotamian gods, the Babylonian gods, the Aztecian gods, the Incan gods, the Maya gods, the gods of the earth, and the gods down on 125th Street. What up, sons up? What up, God? It was an abomination before
This
any
is John
God.
Kitover, Chicago, Maryland, Canada. I am in an online debate right now with liberal progressive Democrats, socialist communists. They have extreme Trump derangement syndrome. They hate America. They're controlling the rents now. They want to spend trillions. They have no business acumen, no business experience. They're all political. I need you to like this video, share this video, and go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
Every time the motherfucker speaks, he puts a tennis ball at the end of it. Well, I think it's a good strategy what Norway is doing because they're resting their play. They lost 4-1. They are completely out of sync. Joint, whack, out of everything. Can I borrow some sugar? I'm out of sugar. I got people over. I need some for coffee. They're out of sugar and ketchup too. Did anybody see the game today?
I certainly did.
The United States thought they were a butterfly in the sky. The United States thought they were Amelia Earhart. The United States thought they were Charles Lindbergh and the flight to Asia. Remember when Charles Lindbergh? Anybody remember this? In 1930, took that flight, took the Canadian Arctic route, went up to go to China, but went over what? The Canadian and Alaskan tundra. And his wife, remember his wife? His wife was the daughter of a diplomat who was also a senator from New Jersey. He was the diplomat in Mexico. He would have goodwill tours. Brought Lindbergh to a goodwill tour. His daughter was down there. They got married within the year. She became what his aviator. She wrote a memoir about it, about the flight to China. That's what they thought they were last night. And then the game started. Oh, it's 1-0 in the first round. In the first 10 minutes, what a shot on the corner kick. There goes and a goal. You know what it looked like? Looked like within 12 spies. y'all. Let me get 12 spies, 1 from each tribe. But it's really 13 because we're taking 2 from Joseph. Y'all not ready for that discussion? This doesn't make any sense. That's a different discussion. It's actually 13 tribes, and Joseph gets broken down to 2 after what? Reuben loses his birthright, but then here we are. And they go look, the spies. Not gonna be able to do it. Not gonna be able to do it. That's what the spies said. Here come Joshua. By the way, he was renamed Joshua then. His name before that was Joshua. Oh, Hoshea, that's right. And Caleb. We can do it. We can take on the Canaanites. Just one small step and we'll be free. We can do it.
This is John Kitover running for Chicago mayor to defeat the communist parasite thieves stealing billions from the city and taxing you and borrowing on your behalf to do it. Right now we're listening to a liberal, progressive, elite, intellectual, pluralist Democrat go on and on and on. Like the video, subscribe to this YouTube account now, and share this video. Then go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now. Sign our petition and vote for John Kitover on November 23rd, 2027.
Against a Turkey team, which for some reason now, because Erdogan asked in the 2020s for everybody to call them Turkey, now we all have to call them Turkey, when the whole point of being called Turkey was to remind you to have lunch. Now we all got to say Turkey. They hadn't scored 1 goal, Brit. 5 band, 10 band, 50 band, fuck it, man. It was like Drake counting up the number of bands. They scored 3 goals last night. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. They could have had 5. Do you think this team is ready to play Bosnia next week? And I'm going to end on here. I know I'm taking a long time. Anybody can cut me off. I apologize.
I just would like to say.
They decided, that's rhetorical, Trent. They decided to bring Husilic in the 60-something minute. Why? Why? If you wanted him to get his legs under him, why not start the game? Why bring him in against players who are already tired? Why would you bring him in after halftime? Because you want to win the game? Oh, I'm sorry. What's the boy's name that started with a B? Berhalter? What was his name, Britt?
Sebastian Berhalter, yeah.
Berhalter. Oh, he needs to be careful. He's on a yellow card. Why wasn't he sitting out last night? Somebody on the yellow card.
Well, he got the yellow card in the game that they were playing, but he should have been seated.
But they take it off. I'm saying they take him out. And he was playing like ass.
He was playing like ass, and he was risking getting another card. It was,
Why did you put people? Oh, they got yellow cards. Not to get another yellow card. The whole team chemistry is off. Anybody suggesting it was a meaningless game is lying.
John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate for 2027, the presumptive candidate. Like this video and subscribe, and together we will defeat the communist parasite thieves stealing billions of dollars from Chicago. 2026, 2027, billions will be looted from pensions and homeowners and taxpayers. Like and subscribe. I need your signature on my petition. I need you to vote for me February 23rd, 2027. This is the campaign to elect John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now. We are listening to elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive Democrats.
Anybody see Mbappe playing today? Smiling so wide, he could have been a mixed race advertising icon for Crest toothpaste. Just cheesing. So much cheese, I saw Gruyere coming off his gums. You know what great teams do? You know what winners do? They continue to put their opponents in the ground. You bury them. You get out of that group stage with not 3 points.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd, to defeat Brandon Johnson, the communist, parasite, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive thief, stealing billions in 2026, billions in 2027, sticking you, the homeowners, the voters, and the taxpayers with the bill for his progressive communist socialist agenda, which is racist. It's all theft. He's stealing from pensions. He's stealing from the savings of Chicago. He offered $800 million more for the Chicago parking meter deal than he needed to. And we are listening to elite socialist, communist, fascists, LGBTQ, elite, liberal, progressive, pluralist, feminist, Democrats. Go on and on and on. And I need you to support me so I can support you to liberate this town. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and vote for John Kitover, February 23rd, 2027. Sign our petition now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
4 weeks ago, after having 2 bourbons and a red wine, that's exactly what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting.
This is the Brandon Johnson City Hall official transition team.
You know how you text your girl? I'm gonna tear it up. Tear it up. When you first start to date somebody, and you have one too many drinks, and you show up, and it looks like a cornichon because you can't get on hard. That's what the United States did last night.
Does anybody have a clap button?
No, don't clap. I want responses. Somebody defend what that man did last night.
I honestly cannot defend that. When you were talking about Pulisic getting his sea legs up underneath him.
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
Instead of benching
the city is $80 billion, $90 billion in debt, paying $175 million a month in interest to the banks. The pensions and the interest expense is draining the city's resources. We can't fulfill the budget obligations. And Brandon Johnson just spent $1 billion on an Oak Lawn Hospital, a free giveaway to the medical health executive scammers, as well as to the developers. Brandon Johnson is a thief, communist, liar, traitor, racist, a low IQ, CPS parasite.
Been informed for like 2 years, just about. Doesn't get minutes at club. I do not know why you would put him in for a game like this over Matt Forense and just letting him ride out the momentum he has. I think it's how he has no cards, he has no injuries. Just let him ride out this match and do the things that he needs to do and have the momentum of at least him being an efficient goalkeeper into the next round. I was so embarrassed. They crashed out in front of First Lady. It was so bad. She boomed the room right after it was done because she was done. She was over it. And I was very embarrassed about that. I don't know what to say. It was horrible. They all looked horrible.
Yo, real quick. I just want to say this before I gotta go. First of all, Brett, what you missed in that whole conversation
is that Ban said he was reading a book while the game was going on. No time has he ever read a book during any NFL playoff game.
How would you know?
Well, because I know, because the NFL's
no. How do you know what he does during the games? Did you ask Man? Did you ask Man? Are you omniscient? Do you know everything?
Yeah, I do. During an NFL.
Of course you know every fucking thing. You're the Uber Mitch. You're the Uber nigga. Of course you know everything.
During an NFL.
Of course. Just because you listen. No, you calm down, sweetie. You're the one who called me out. You calm down.
No.
You don't have to. Yes, you said, "Hey, Britt." You missed what he said in the whole entire conversation. He was talking about how ass the team was.
Yes,
last night playing in comparison to how well they played in 2 prior games. That's what he was talking about. Just because he was reading a book last night and the game shocked him in such a state of fright that he then lost consciousness, forgot who he was and where he was until he arose this morning, that doesn't mean anything to me. During the South Africa game, he was so disappointed with South Africa that at the halftime, after watching it vehemently, he went and read the book, and then guess what happened while he was off watching the TV, reading that fucking book? South Africa turned around and won that game versus South Korea. So maybe, just maybe, Ban not watching the screen might be good for some of the teams he's rooting for. Did you ever think about that? But you know the fucking thing. See, that's what happens when know-it-alls come back into this space. My God, on today.
Yeah, sorry. So again, I was being a bit facetious. You took it maybe literally. But also, I changed my PTR because my wonderful wife brought home some ice for the vodka. And as she walks in, she hears Mr. Ban Miso speaking, and she says, "Oh, I didn't realize you were listening to a sermon." So I wouldn't put on my Aaron Donald jersey, Rams, and my Cullen Bryant pants, and we're going to cleanse ourselves with some vodka. I appreciate it. You have a good night.
Ritual purification, as it's laid out in the scriptures, does not allow for vodka. I don't know if they had a concept of vodka, but I do believe, as I began my short sermon with, and I'll be very brief, that the United States, even if they're to get past Bosnia, let alone getting past the next round and beyond, will need prayer warriors.
That's a fact, brother.
It was really, really bad last night. I'm talking about simple passes. I'm talking about holding a line. I saw a line last night that was so jagged that it didn't matter when the ball, they didn't have to check for offsides. That's how it was ridiculous. The defenders were 5 meters apart. The last time I seen a line that jagged, somebody asked me where the party was at. They told me and they said, "Let's get married." It's unbelievable how jagged it was last night.
Never mind the fact that they were consistently offsides with their offense. This sermon is sounding very Baptist-like. Yeah, that's right. We need that benediction. Come on. To the podium. They don't come back.
Meet me where?
I ain't ready for France, Brazil, and Argentina, man. Let's keep it real.
First lady, what'd you say? Meet me where?
At the altar.
Sing it, girl. We have the benediction.
At the altar.
At the meeting.
When you meet at the altar, you're not only meeting your beloved, you're coming to the altar after being ritually purified and morally purified, because you are what? Purified to approach a holy place, a sacred place. That's where God meets you. It is not a common place. That's why we meet at the altar. They don't, watch this. They don't come to the altar at the same time because one partner has to purify themselves in a particular way, and the other partner, has to purify themselves in a particular way. We don't meet at the altar with 40s and Young Miami songs.
Oh, sure.
We meet at the altar once we've been ritually purified as laid out in the scriptures. Why? Because God is there, and behind him in the tent of meeting is what? The mercy seat, framed by what? The wings on both sides. What is in the ark? Watch this. The commandments, the rod, and manna. Law. How you build a state. How you build a state. Food. How you survive as a person. The sprouted rod. Faith. Wisdom. To keep it all moving. Huh? Faith what? Wisdom what? And what? Courage. When we get to the altar, we have to be qualified. That's why you don't see people just running up on altars. Because they know that is the dwelling place of holiness. If we're going to take our faith, Aaron's rod, if we're going to take our faith in this team to the altar, we just can't leave it there. God's not going to be there. When you go to, this is one of the issues with the Protestants. The Protestants teach that God is everywhere, he hears you everywhere, so forth and so on.
Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd, to defeat Brandon Johnson, communist, parasite, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive thief, stealing billions in 2026, billions in 2027, sticking to the homeowners, the voters, and the taxpayers of the bill for his progressive communist socialist agenda, which is racist. It's all fake. Stealing from pensions. He's stealing from the savings of Chicago. He offered $800 million more for the Chicago parking field than he needed to. And we are listening to elite socialist, communist, fascist, LGBTQ, elite, liberal, progressive, pluralist, feminist, Democrats. Go on and on and on. I need you to support me so I can support you to liberate yourself. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and vote for John Kitover February 23rd, 2027. Sign our petition now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
Weeks ago, after having 2 bourbons and a red wine, that's exactly what I'm expecting.
Landed. When I find executive,
this is the Brandon Johnson City Hall official transition team.
You know how you text your girl? Oh, tear it up. Tear it up. When you first start to date somebody, you have one too many drinks.
A place of God. It is not the profane place, which is
it looks like a corny shop because you can't get hard. That's what the United States did last night.
If you all do not prepare yourselves for this Bosnia game, Brit, if I'm the Moses, Brit is my Aaron. And just like Aaron, she's going to die first, Brit. They said, take your ass up a mountain. You'll die first, we'll bury you, take your clothes off, we'll throw you down the motherfucking mountain. Somehow Moses lives longer than Aaron. Isn't that amazing? You are going to go first, but you be my Aaron. These people aren't ready. I watched the press conferences. I read the interviews. They are living in the Lulu land. I don't speak Norwegian. One of the greatest writers in the history of the war was the great Edward Gibson. He has at least 3 masterpieces. Doll's House.
Mr. Chair, I rise
Gobbler.
be hard.
Enemy of the people, blessed of
Remember the women who have died because they were denied essential abortion care after the devastating Dobbs decision unleashed abortion care bans across our country. I rise today in remembrance of Amber
I think it's a good idea to have them all just rest the best of 10 players because you don't want to get
CG
it's
Graham.
really great. I don't know if anybody knows. He snuck back in here through the colored section. Smelling like fufu and suya.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd, to defeat Brandon Johnson, communist, parasite, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive thief, stealing billions in 2026, taxpayers in 2027, sticking you, the homeowners, the voters, and the taxpayers in the bill for his progressive, communist, socialist agenda, which is racist. It's all that. He's stealing from pensions. He's stealing from the savings of Chicago. He offered $800 million more for the Chicago parking meter deal than he needs. And we're listening to elite socialist, communist, fascists, LGBTQ, elite, liberal, progressive, pluralist, feminist, Democrats. Go on and on and on. I need you to support me so I can support you to liberate this town. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share.
I want some y'all to come down to this altar right here, right now.
Fill it up and make me whole.
Such a blessing.
Up your ass.
Isn't that such a blessing? Thank you, First Lady. Such a blessing. Y'all heard the brother. You need to start doing your rituals. Get clean. Renew your soul, your spirit, your mind.
Baby, you gotta get clean and do your rituals.
And that's what I'm gonna do. Cause
You're blessed.
it is. Isn't that nice? But nice. You see how that happens?
Yeah. Has anybody noticed that black politics, black community, black love is at an all-time low? At the same time, yes, the cleanliness of black people. Let me say it again. Has anybody noticed that black community, black politics, and black love are at an all-time low at a time when black homes, cleanliness are also Have you ever watched an Instagram live, TikTok? You ever look at a picture you get? BT came in here the other day. Look at BT in the kitchen, up on top of the cabinets. They have in that picture empty alcohol pump.
A shooting in Chicago's Roseland neighborhood leads to
as if they are vases from the Byzantine era.
Fight the borrowed, steal taxpayers to fund abortionists.
If you look in PTR, there are
the property tax situation.
Empty alcohol and water bottles.
And we don't know necessarily what
there are vases from the Ming Dynasty. You cannot get your house in order.
and this is the Pooh Cocktail Supreme.
You cannot get your finances in order. You cannot get your health in order until your environment is in order. That energy in that home is not pure. It is enervating, and it atrophies your mind, body, and spirit. If I walk across that lineman, cross that threshold, and it's kids' toys and clothes and bags in the front, I don't step over it.
You know why? Because what you're stepping into is what the great John Milton called pandemonium. You get off work. You have a designated area for your bags. You have a mud room. You have a bedroom. You have a garage. You have a guest room. Keep your bag on your arm for 20 more seconds and put it where it belongs. You come in, take your shoes off. Why leave your shoes at the door? Why do people think that Yahweh spent so much time in the book of Leviticus into Numbers explaining the proper protocols for the design, the layout, and the cleanliness of the tent of meeting? He did because, she did because, they did because, Yahweh did because. If your space is a mess, so is your soul, so is your mind, and so is your body. Britt, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you in the Megaton basement, or?
I have removed myself from the Megaton basement. I'm trying to enjoy the last bit of the daylight laws before nighttime laws come into effect.
I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about you in the middle of small sea crash out. I was worried about the times, but I think you made it.
You know, today has been a very trying day for the both of us. You did better than me, I will say that. I can always give you your tens. At one point in time, I was like, ooh, brother's getting close, but you know, you never approached the small sea crash. So we see your improvement, wholesome, brother, wholesome, and we appreciate it. My God. Well, strong leadership like a strong beat.
The Bible says nothing about not being shady.
I just didn't know what was on your wholesome radar. What's on your scale?
Listen, the Bible says to be wise as a snake and gentle as a
to the book of Leviticus.
I think I walked the appropriate.
To the book of Leviticus.
Now, I will say that somebody did try and have me fully crash earlier today. And they almost had it. But I think I recovered well.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Slow motion crash.
I think if one were to say something like that, I think that would be I don't know.
Nothing says strong leadership like.
It might be up to
someone else referred to as having a fender bent.
Nothing says strong leader.
A fender bender where nobody.
Nothing says strong.
Person. Just look at it. Just scrape off the paint. We'll move on.
That happened to me last week, but now that I'm thinking about it, I should have took some money from that man. We were at the ATM drive-thru, and he was in a Benz, And I don't know how he just hit me. We were sitting still for like 5 minutes. It's like, I'm so sorry. Nothing happened, I promise.
Well, somebody told me that last parked, or no, I had parked. I had been parked for a while, but sort of mentally preparing myself to meet people that were already there. And all of a sudden, this person had backed up into my car and cracked part of the bumper. And they told me that it wasn't a big deal, that I shouldn't, worry about it, and that in the grand scheme of life, particularly, that it didn't matter because people in Palestine dying. True story. That I shouldn't be worried about it because people in Palestine.
Nothing said.
And it much worse. He said this in.
Nothing said.
He was also trying to go meet his people at the beach. The severity of the crash is usually in the eye of the beholder.
Nothing said.
But I wouldn't say I had a slow motion crash.
Nothing said.
It's nothing that is fair to me.
Nothing said.
That's when he became brother Olsen.
Neoliberal. I wanted to make neoliberal crash earlier. Igor was supposed to ask Trent what Yugoslavia was, so neoliberal could.
Nothing.
Igor than me.
Nothing says strong leadership.
Well,
to be fair,
like a strong beat.
To be fair, we don't really know. We don't know what Serbia is, and we don't really know where neoliberal is from. These are all mysteries.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong.
Trent definitely thought Igor was from Russia, so that was fun.
Brother, half of this app think I'm Russian, and half of them they think I'm from Siberia, and like 2% they think we just don't kill on mayor.
Not from Siberia.
No, I'm not even kidding. Like, I said Siberia, they think I'm from Siberia, and they're like, is it snowing? And yeah.
Nothing says strong leader.
We don't have to. One does not have to. First lady, I don't know if you're there. One does not. When Trent and others come in and bite us like snakes, we can have faith and ask for God's intercession, and He will raise up among us a man who will build a golden serpent upon which any of us can look and let me say it again. Just because Trent comes in on his belly like a serpent and bites you, all you have to do is look up.
Nothing.
And see.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Serpent. You don't have to hold your crash out in. Have faith if you're a brother wholesome.
If you're getting bit by serpents, just look up. And there's the bronze serpent. And it'll heal you. See, that's why I'm in because of these LGBTQ I can control.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Who are you talking so much? That's a good question. My tracking number is 582HL.
Nothing says strong. Nothing says. Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Brother Ben, you there?
Yeah, how you doing?
So the U.S. played again today, this morning?
No.
Oh, okay.
They did too.
No. So they play again when?
I think on Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Okay.
Last night was an abomination.
Well, we'll keep them in prayer.
Well, I'm trying to be prepared. I don't know if my prayers will make it.
The only thing that they have going for them, and this is an aside to what Ben's saying, it has nothing to do with what he's saying. Everyone should keep their set on course. And the only good thing is that Canada and Mexico should be playing their knockout round games before the U.S. If one of them leaves first, then if America loses to Bosnia, it will be bad, but they weren't the first. But if both of those two teams make it through and America crashes out because y'all's prayers were not enough and their will was not enough, well, there are going to be some people who need to be fired.
Man, please. Ain't nobody getting fired, man. Need some more talent. I seen France today, man. I seen France today moving like, I never seen no shit like that before. France moving in unison like fucking poetry in motion. That shit was crazy.
France is moving like...
Every pass went straight to the feet.
It wasn't
off. Nothing was off. It was beautiful.
This is nuts. This is nuts. France is moving like France, like they've always moved.
Nah, it wasn't like this.
Especially after they've gotten rid of Griezmann and some of those schlups who they had who really fucked them over in 2022, where Mbappe had to do all that shit by himself. And now they have a Ballon d'Or winner in Dembele. So France is doing...
Britt, don't mind him. He's tapping into his deep-seated love for France, which comes from being a Haitian, where deep down they really want to be French.
I am no Francophile. I am going for Vinny Jr.
But anyhow, I mean, all that glazing you just did, I was confused.
Just keeping it real.
All I heard was
the boys is moving. Shit.
Then can you just to say... I mean, he was glazing. I was like, oh my God.
Glaze? That's actuality. That's the reality of the situation.
I've never seen play like this. Have you?
It was
your eyes stop working?
It was great.
They were insane. Do your eyes like only work when France plays?
Nah. I seen what I seen and I saw what I saw.
That was crazy again. But Ben, you're out here talking about people. Oh, well,
you know them brothers speak Creole like me.
No, those are supposed to be your forever ops. You dig up in your forever ops.
No.
Hold on 1 second, MJ. Hold on 1 second, because I was literally
said it was Germany.
Whatever. I was literally saying how some people at U.S. men's soccer need to be fired. Like, I'm talking about structural change within the federation, because it's not just about the skill level of the players. It's also about how the federation moves, how they operate, their mindset, and how that impacts this particular team. So when I said people needed to be fired, I'm very serious that if they crash out at round of 32, the heads need to roll at the federation. But because you saw France play today, you saw Dembele hit the little 3 on his arm, you saw the dictator himself, Kylian Mbappe, moving and grooving, and you said, I've never seen such sights and delights with mine eyes before, and now all of a sudden, you're a whole francophile in front of my face, and they're gonna tell me they need more talent because you sat up here and saw France and said, oh my God, what are we missing? Well, this is disgusting. It's depraved.
First lady, that's why she's my Aaron. You see why she's my Aaron? Mm-hmm. She said, what'd she say? She said, heights and the lights. You heard that? That's my Aaron right there. That's why she's my Aaron.
That's right.
You gotta get it out for you.
I'm fucking with Vinny Jr., brother. I'm going with the boys, you know.
Listen,
Who's the boys? Who's Vinny? Vinny who?
Charles de Gaulle.
Oh, so you going with France? You're going with France? You're going with France?
I'm going for Brazil. It's the Americas. You know what I'm saying? The
Brazil?
blacks in the Americas.
Which one is it? France or Brazil?
Over the francophone.
Brazilian nuts.
The francophone is the Americas, the blacks.
Yeah. Which one? Have you been drinking?
That's it.
Okay.
Is what I'm talking about.
One thing I respect about MJ, he's the last person on the app who still drinks since Bruce left.
No, Uncle Bruce. Uncle Bruce, that he didn't drink. He guzzled.
Oh my God. I'm on that night.
Don't call him Uncle Bruce.
8 or 9.
Huh?
Is the match about to start?
Yes, the match is literally starting in like a few seconds. They're just doing the lineup for Spain on Telemundo. And Yamal starting. See? You see how Yamal is starting? Must be nice to have, your phenom on your team start.
I named myself on this app after a great Haitian man. Everybody can see it. J.B. Sans Souci. Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci. I'm going to have to change my name after what MJ just did. Yeah. Of all the teams, you said France.
Nothing, sis.
Please don't change your name yet, because I thought you were going to.
It's my at. See my at? JP Sans Souci.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
He really changed it.
Y'all know about Sans Souci?
I don't.
Oh, this is a man. Sans Souci was a man. So if you go to Haiti, as MJ can tell you, the great installation tower they call Sans Souci that was built in the early 19th century by the king himself, Christophe. But there was a man named Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci who, after many of the revolutions, they don't like this project a couple of years,
revolutionaries decided to join France temporarily, he refused. And he led an internal insurgency against those who joined the French temporarily, you see. And what we know about him, the little we know about him, is that he was from where? Congo. He was bringing that freedom energy. He's a great, great, great man. Everybody should read about him. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Jean-Baptiste Sans-Souci. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. And when the French came, they were fighting Leclerc. He took it to him. Let me mute up. I've been going for a long time. I'm done. Y'all got it. Let me get back to the...
Shout out to Côte d'Ivoire.
MJ, do you want the French back in Sahel to push out Wagner?
Oh, no, sir. Get the French the hell up out of there. Come on now.
I'm just trying to gouge.
No, sir. No, sir.
The extent of the glazing.
It's not glazing. It's not glazing.
MJ's so excited about the French soccer team, he no longer supports Traoré. That's how excited he is. He wants the French back in Burkina Faso. You hit it on the nail.
No, sir. No, sir. Yeah,
Are you sure?
I gotta do
Well, we saw that in LA. You sure?
They were moving so graciously.
They were moving graciously. It was a sight to see.
I mean,
I can't say this as black men.
It was. No, but you're not allowed to. We can say it for you. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, fuck.
Even though it's true. They're probably going to win. I think France will probably win. Oh, my God. Britt, I didn't say anything. Did y'all hear Trent wasted his money on England, Mexico?
Listen. It was England, Mexico, and Brazil. And when he said, and that's why I said, like, if you wanted to waste your money and part with your money like that, we could give you some cash apps and some GoFundMes, and you could just blow your money. Putting money on England?
Wow.
Like, and I even said it earlier, it's one thing if you wanted to go like a Latino, Hispanic route, you did Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. Or you did, well, I would say Spain in one of those. But like, if you did those three countries, I could get it, right? You're going Mexico because of your family and where you're from. You're going Brazil because you're black and you have Jamaican roots. And like most Caribbean black people, you root for Brazil. And then Argentina because of Messi. Simple. What the fuck are you rooting for England to take it all for? That shit's not going home. Them niggas can't even win a fucking Euro Cup, let alone a World Cup. Like, England better hope in one of these two rounds that they don't have to a game that goes to Pepsi's. Because then all the blacks are going to have to hide in England. We are going to have to get money together to get Adesoji out of fucking England. And they will have to be removed.
He has been speaking less and less. I think he's already relocating.
I just don't know how safe he will be with those people over there.
I think we all know Trent just picked the first three countries that came to his mind.
Well, I mean, shit, if he was going to pick a place with white people, he should have picked the country he lives in. But, you know.
I mean, he probably got good odds for Mexico, but in England, he probably didn't even get good odds.
He said he got bad odds for all of them. It was like single-digit percentage.
Oh, Lord.
Mm-hmm. He was just throwing money away to throw money again. That's why I said we can give you some links if you just want to blow some money, if you just want to waste your money.
Because you know what day I lost some money, Brie? USA's second game when I had Balogun for an assist or a goal and he hit it off the fucking defender scored the goal and it didn't count it.
Well,
That hurt him.
I'm sorry about that.
That hurt his bad.
See, that's what happens when you do all that damn sports betting. See, they're gonna take you up out of here with all that damn sports betting.
I haven't placed a bet since then. That hurt my feelings.
Exactly. We're gonna have to break you from that addiction.
It's just that
There's a couple of sports, like when you find yourself in the middle of the night betting on the number of corner kicks in the Korean League. That's how you know you have a problem.
No, I'm not that bad. Like, I know niggas that, World Cup aside, they bet money on random, like, they bet money on the, like, middle of the night Korean soccer league that exists, or, like, Australian, like, women's tennis matches.
Yeah.
It could be random, or, like, what is it, like, Turkish basketball. They just betting money. I'm like, damn, what are you niggas doing?
And they say they got a 50-50 shot. Fuck it.
Are they like keeping up with the stats and efforts that make them?
No, they just find something on in the middle of the night. And
That's how you know you're addicted.
They watch the game and it might be somebody up 10 at halftime. They picking the 12.5 or over or under. Like, they just do it.
And you know what the sports books did, and it was brilliant, was they found a way to get a lot of the stuff for you to watch it.
Yeah, on the app.
Sports book. Yeah.
You could be on the sports betting app in a random game in another country. You could just watch it while.
Yes, and you're more likely to bet on something that you watch. And so they did. That was actually very brilliant and truly, truly evil at the same time.
Oh shit! But this might be the blackest bracket phase ever in the history of the.
How about
issues.
How about Pedro? What was it? Pedro Gonzalez. What's the guy's name? That was a great tennis player. Mexican.
From which country?
Someone help me. It's the 70s, maybe.
Africa.
Gonzalez. Yeah.
Africa's not a country.
Pedro.
South Africa.
Hold on, I gotta look this up because they used to always have tennis rackets with his name on it. He was like one of the top tennis players.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, right?
He's from Spain.
You know what I'm talking.
Your service appears to be inactive.
Andrews?
Yeah, this is absolutely easy. This is AI.
AI is going to create the economic and political development?
Yeah,
absolutely. Do you know what is OpenClaw?
We probably don't even need to talk about it.
OpenClaw is going to move Mississippi up in those rankings.
Yeah, dude. Pretty soon we're at the edge of singularity happening, and once that happens, we're not gonna know. We're not gonna know until we realize that there is an AI model that has its own bank account and owns like a lot of property, and it's actually been like giving people jobs and negotiating with us all along.
I like that idea. Okay, wait. Can I just say this? Pancho Gonzalez. Sorry, it was gonna make me nuts. Chilean.
But yeah, country clubs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Country clubs that discriminate against ethnicity, religion, or national origin are a bad idea. That does not lead to good economic development. We need more cosmopolitanism. And I like the way that sports are progressing in the 21st century.
What do you think a country club charges to join?
That depends.
So I'm just curious what you think the typical private golf club, what do you think it runs about? The nice
I don't know about typical, about 400.
Yeah, between 250
about 400K for a good one.
Yeah, around that.
Yeah, I once did tested to join those.
Pardon?
So there's what I don't like is the culture that country clubs create. So for example, I was traveling for work and I stopped at this restaurant which is in a country club. Obviously I'm not a member of.
You cut out, Big M.
What about country club? What is it? Imagine there is no countries.
Oh my goodness, dude. You're such a controversial, a contrarian.
And I asked for directions and the guy just completely ignored me, didn't even acknowledge my existence. And because country club members only talk to other members.
No, country clubs are awesome, man. They're so cool.
But I personally, for my wedding business, enjoy country clubs because I like officiating weddings in country clubs because they're nice and fancy.
That's true. Why do we need to have borders?
Because, dude, you want to know what's coming into your neighborhood.
You mean borders at the country club?
Borders in a country, because that's the way humans have drawn divisions forever. First, it was like little city-states.
Yeah, but that's
then it was like larger kingdoms.
That's like in bad.
Then it was countries, right? Like we've done this for 15,000, 20,000 years as humans.
Wait, hold on. You say it like it's a bad thing.
I didn't say like it was a bad thing. I just said it was a part of human development. I don't feel good about borders. I don't feel bad about borders.
You should feel
borders No, I shouldn't. I should feel indifferent about it. You want to know why? Because it's a part of human development.
Well, that ignores.
It is a part of societal development.
But get this, Marshall. Get this.
Hold on. Okay, it has been with humans for like 20,000 years. That means I don't need to feel anything about it because it's just a facet of human development and civilization.
Not exactly.
So I don't need to feel good or bad about it.
It just means you don't understand the complexities of that development. Like, why does it exist in the first place?
It fucking doesn't mean that. Doesn't mean that at all.
Oh man, Marshall's getting roasted.
When humans survive divide themselves. No, what it means is when humans divide themselves, they divide themselves among borders. I don't need to feel. Hold on.
Yeah, because
I don't need, and you don't need to feel a certain way about a border. Borders exist and have forever.
Yeah,
and I like it's just a
I
piece
like
of human
commerce.
development.
I like commerce across the borders. We have economic growth when nations specialize.
Michael Jackson.
Exactly.
Told us
Exactly.
it was human nature.
There is a good reason for borders.
Borders.
I didn't even say there wasn't. I just said it was a facet of development, which means you don't need to feel a way about it because in the modern world, borders will just exist.
Clearly, we disagree on that, Marshall.
I don't agree with that, Marshall.
Guys,
And then,
borders,
I think
it's only rules that government just manage as borders. It's like religions. It's it's for make management rules. So
okay, John, we got
to manage us. That's all. I just wanna to tell
Take a breath.
another topic.
I think it's important that we appreciate what is good. That's all. And if you say you're indifferent to borders, that means you can't find a good reason to appreciate it, and that's on you.
No, that doesn't mean I can't find a good reason to appreciate it. I live next to one.
Oh my God.
Simply being indifferent. I'm not indifferent because I like or dislike them. I'm indifferent because if I map out human civilization, there's always some discussion of borders. So I don't need to feel anything about them because they just come up because we're humans. It's not that difficult.
No, because we're humans, because even animals have borders. So there's
Guys,
a reason for it. A good reason.
Before you was born, one wisdom guy said, "Imagine there is no countries."
Imagine
it isn't hard to do.
There would be a lot of chaos.
Imagine there is no people. Imagine there is no religion.
Imagine you don't have border patrol. And
you may say I am a dreamer, but I am not the only one.
I think there's a.
Hey John, I have a question. Before the States, where were you from? It sounded like to Eastern Europe, maybe Russia, but
is this the communist takeover that Gary was warning us of?
From Pakistan.
I don't know.
I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. One day you join us.
Look, it's nice to dream. However, we have to understand that there are two types of people in the world. There are people who are honest, and there are people who are dishonest.
And you still fighting.
We're not fighting, man. Relax, bro. You just we all want to talk, okay? Let's talk and listen to each other, and make progress in our existential understanding.
Let's grow the economy internationally, especially Mississippi. They need our help.
Where does Mississippi rank?
Look at the ranking.
They're on the lowest.
Doesn't it the worst state? Isn't it between Louisiana and Mississippi?
Yeah, but like imagine how we could make it better. Let's talk about that. What do you guys think it would take, Willie? What is the minimal effort but the highest impact to make Mississippi good?
To do what? To make Mississippi good?
Yes.
I think Mississippi's sitting on some oil that they don't know about, honest to God. I think so. I swear to God, I think I do.
What happens when you give a homeless person some money?
They buy food. No?
Yeah.
It depends how much money, I guess.
It depends on how much money. Right. What happens if you give them enough to afford living conditions for a month? Could that be enough? For some homeless, it'll be enough, but for the majority, it probably won't. For the majority, it won't matter how much money you give them because they're going to need rehabilitation. And even that may not guarantee that they